So, real quick before we start today's episode, I just want to say this is a very heated episode. We talk about a lot of stuff that you might not expect us to talk about. Louis is I think, a passionate guy about a lot of topics, some of them being very controversial topics. And I want to make it clear here that, I don't support or agree with a lot of the topics brought up. I'm not, by allowing him to say these things on my show, I'm not saying that I co-sign that or anything, and you'll hear through the episode I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with a lot of the things he's saying. I'm the kind of person where I believe if someone comes on my show, I'm going to let them say what they'd like to say. And I'm going to give them that chance, and then it's your guys' decision to decide how you react to that. What I will say is just please don't think that by having these statements made on my show, these opinions made on my show, don't think that I'm necessarily co-signing them or agreeing with them in any way, because I'm not. I also didn't think it's fair for me to cut that out of the episode, because at the end of the day, that's part of the conversation, and that's what we're here for. And I'm the kind of person where once someone sits down and the camera starts rolling, we're just going to film the whole thing and see what happens. And I'm going to stay true to that today as well. So I'm not cutting any of this out. Some of this might be offensive to some of you, and if it is, I apologize in advance. Enjoy. What is up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? It's your boy Goblin. We're out here once again on the Gobcast episode, whichever one. I don't know the number. We stopped counting weeks ago. But we're here today with a very special episode and a very special guest. I know you guys are going to love this one. We just had RXK Nephew on as the last guest, and now we have the largest MDMA trafficker in American history, a man that at one point was responsible for up to 95% of the MDMA entering the United States. We got Louis Ziskin at the table today. What's going on, man?
Hey, how you
really
doing?
Appreciate you coming on, bro. Thank you, man.
Well, first, I got to clear up one thing. I didn't do nothing alone. My partner, Tamer Ibrahim, who also went to trial with me and was my partner, we did that together. And we beat the prisoner's dilemma together. And like Michael Jordan said, without Scottie Pippen, there ain't no rings. Without Tamer, there ain't no me. You know, I mean, so always anything we're talking about where I'm saying me or us, we're talking about me and Tamer.
It's a team effort.
We went to court together. We fought them together. We worked on the case together. And we beat the prisoner's dilemma together.
And what is the prisoner's dilemma?
The prisoner's dilemma is, I think it's the psychology thing where, hey, if you rat, the police come to you, right? Mm-hmm. And they tell you, hey, this guy's ratting. And if you rat, then you can go home. And they tell the same person to the other side. Now, the dilemma is if you both rat, you're both screwed. If one of you rats, one of you is screwed. Mm-hmm. It has to be neither one of you rats for you to have a chance.
Only way out.
And unfortunately, fortunately, or actually, neither one of those is a good description. It's just a human condition. Mm-hmm. Self-preservation, biological imperative means that in high leverage moments, we protect ourselves usually. At the expense of others.
Almost an instinct, you know?
And it's the one good thing that kind of came out of it, right? Like you go through all this shit in your life and you think, oh, if it was me, I would have done this. Or if it was me, I would have done that, right? But usually, people fall woefully short of their aspirations for themselves when they finally land 100%. In that situation. So, me and Tamer found out that we were the men that we'd always hoped we'd be when the stakes were maximum leverage, your whole remainder of your life. And we lived up to that aspiration in that moment. And while I wouldn't recommend it for anybody, that's kind of the silver lining that we pulled out of it.
Now, you're also a dude who is not just a drug trafficker, but you're really a career entrepreneur. And you've been involved in a lot of different entrepreneurial ventures. But another one that I'm sure a lot of people watching this are going to search you up after this and see is the entire situation with the PP in Thailand, what we were just talking about, which was crazy. And there's literal video footage of your door getting kicked in by the SWAT team in Thailand, which we're going to play later and talk about. But you have a crazy life. Like, you have lived some stuff where I'm reading this and I'm like, dude, I need to see the movie. That's got to come out.
Yeah. I want to see the movie series, actually, and I'm just not giving my life rights away. So we're going to do it the way Ice Cube and Dre did it. Mm-hmm. Once we have control. I grew up in L.A. I know how the waterfall works. I know how it got restructured after streaming came into the game. And, we're just looking to do a licensed deal and a scripted series. And the reason why we want to do it that way isn't because we need to add anything to it. In fact, we take a bunch of shit off of it.
Yep.
It's just we don't want them to say, hey, you test better as a rat, so now you're going to be a rat. We just want the story told the way it happened.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think that's like, there's a lot of these kind of films that come out and books that come out where people have given their life rights up, and then the story gets skewed, and it just isn't right.
Yeah.
You know, so I think you're doing it the smart way.
Yeah, for us, we want not that Straight Out of Compton is 100% accurate. I meant that from a business side, that we want to imitate
Of
what
course,
they did.
100%.
You know, on our side, we don't need to add anything or change anything.
Yep.
And so much of it is documented. It's so easy to look up. It's funny, you do these podcasts and you have guys saying, oh, he's a rat. Oh, this didn't happen. Oh, they didn't know what that happened. All you got to do is Google. 99% of it's there.
It's public information.
Yeah.
Public domain, yeah. And for those of you guys who want to read some documents, by the way, Louis was kind enough to send me pretty much every document relating to his court case that involved MDMA trafficking that he had. I mean, you sent me just over text like 55 pages, I believe it was, of documents, and we're actually going to scan and upload all of those for you guys to read as well. So check the description below. There's going to be all sorts of documents in there. We're going to label them. We have every transcript, and we have proof that Louis here didn't snitch. You know, we got it on paper, which is it's a cool read. I highly suggest all you go check that out. But either way, as you're reading along, listen up, because we're diving into it for real now. So,
Bro, and I really appreciate you doing that, because I've offered that to everybody else.
Yep.
And they haven't wanted it, you know. Like,
I can't
that
see
wasn't
why not.
important to them.
Like,
and, you know, I've been out now for 12 years, and I'm not a career criminal anymore, and it shouldn't be important. But when you've done that kind of time and fought your case and gone to trial and represented yourself, you know, I don't like it when people say that.
Yeah.
Type of eat the rat shit. They throw that informant word around, because most of you motherfuckers are informants that say that shit. And, you know, in prison, you get your mouth closed for that, right? And it's one of the things I just, you know, I don't disrespect people by saying things to them that I don't know about, and
100%.
I'd appreciate the same respect in return.
yeah, and I think you're one of the few people, at least that I've heard a story from, that complete open book. Like, literally, anyone can go read about any of this information. You know, that's pretty rare. That's pretty awesome. So read along, enjoy that shit, y'all. You're gonna love it. No one else has done it before, because they don't want it. Which I'm like, why, bro? That doesn't.
And you know what else, Nick? We're gonna anybody else wants any other documents or any other supporting paperwork, we're just gonna keep it on your site.
Let's go.
Since you're the only one that wanted to do that,
Nice.
and people will be able to, you know, for the next decade or two, that'll be where any questions that come down from any of that stuff, any additional documents that are needed, will be on your site.
I appreciate that, bro. We'll have the whole official Louis Ziskin archive on the Goblin website. That's gonna be lit. So you mentioned growing up in LA. Were you just born there? Were you raised there too? What was that like?
Yeah, I was born and raised in LA, West Hollywood,
Nice.
Gardner
Not
Street.
too far from here.
Deep in 18th Street territory at the time. It was a big Mexican gang area, Gardner and Santa Monica. But it was a different time then, you know, even the gangs, they weren't shooting. It was, you know, you get in a fist fight here and there. And, you know, used to go to Gardner Street Elementary School up there by Sunset and Gardner. Could walk to school, walk back. You know, you used to ride your bike around, and if you fell down, the neighbor's mom would patch you up.
Different
now
times.
You don't see that anymore.
I don't know who the neighbor's mom is.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Yeah,
that
you know,
one.
they patch you up and bring you an ice cream and
Yeah.
send you home with an ice thing, and your mom never even worried about that. You know, now it's a different world.
Yeah, it's completely different. So, growing up in LA, were you always this kind of like very entrepreneurial personality, even as a kid, where you were always like, did you kind of have that hustler spirit when you were young too, or did that develop when you were older?
Well, money, you know, when you grow up, there's all kinds of Jews, but we grew up the poor kind. You know, mom and dad were divorced. Mom was going to school at night, holding down 2 jobs, and she was taking care of her mother, who was, you know, a Holocaust survivor coming over after World War II. My mom was actually a refugee and then a legal immigrant into America in her teenage years, and she was raising 2 boys, and, you know, my dad did what he could, but there's never enough money to go around, right?
That's tough.
So yeah, you get a nose for it pretty quickly, and I was always after it. I didn't think of it as being entrepreneurial. I just thought about it as first I wanted my box of Topps baseball cards, and then then it became other things after that.
You just got to figure out how am I going to get this when my parents aren't giving me the money.
Or your parents don't have the money.
Uh-huh.
And you intellectually you understand even at a young age that your parents are, especially my mom was like breaking her back for me and my brother, and it's it's tough, and you get that, you understand that, and it's hard to look away from opportunities where money can be made because you're not considering consequence yet in your teenage years.
That I didn't form any sort of consideration for consequence until probably 20. So
and even once you do, sometimes you got to be able to judge the risk analysis of it too, right? And sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, but you got to be responsible to handle the consequences of the choices that you make. And I
100%.
notice that that's happening less and less in the world today.
It's a different time, dude. It's just a different time entirely. So one of the things that I remember we spoke about over the phone before we actually met and started filming today is you mentioned that you weren't ever a drug addict, which surprised me, being someone that was so deep into the business like that. In my head, I was never a drug dealer, so I mean, obviously I don't know, but I'd imagine in my head that people in that business would do a lot of drugs, But did you ever experiment when you were younger?
Yeah, I experimented with drugs. I always tell people I got really lucky because weed was my drug of choice.
Nice.
Had it been, cocaine or heroin or whatever, maybe I wouldn't be able to say that. But everything that I tried, I just kept coming back to weed. And I've always been able to get off weed if I had to study something, if I had to. And I've always been able to function on weed. For example, I smoked weed the whole time I was in prison. And then the drug program came where you gotta, you can't get a dirty test or you're not going to get that year off. And I quit a year before the drug program.
Nice.
Did the drug program, came home, didn't smoke the whole time I was on parole for another 3 years.
They got absolutely fried.
Yeah, and then, absolutely. And then, you go through phases, bro. Like weed is a funny thing in the sense, the more you smoke it, right, the more it takes, like any drug. Then you get off it for a while, and then you're a lightweight again. So it's cyclical, you know? And as you get older, you realize, hey, I want to keep that lightweight status as long as I can. So you start, at my age, you start smoking 6, 7 o'clock in the evening instead of 6, 7 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, even I've noticed I'm slowing down with the morning smoking. I'm a young guy, and it's like, for me, that morning smoking is something I could only do in high school. And I just can't take it anymore. So
I think the best is, the 6, 7 o'clock, you get the evening.
Yes.
And you're not stoned over in the morning when you wake up. I can still make it to the gym, no problem.
Yep.
If you're smoking at 11, 12 o'clock at night, or you're hitting the joint when you take a piss at 3 in the morning before you go back to bed, you're still going to be high when you wake up.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't carry over well.
Yeah, you're gonna feel groggy the next day for sure. So you dabbled in all the other drugs, or not all the other drugs, but you dabbled in other stuff, and weed was just the only thing that stuck.
Yeah. Listen, I liked ecstasy. I tried a ton, in the beginning when we were first doing it. You build your connects. Everybody acts like, one thing when I watch all these dudes talking about all the shit they did, I'm like, I don't know what world they're in, because the first drug deal you do is not the same as the 10th drug deal you do.
100%.
Right? The first prices you pay is not the same as quantity prices you get later. And what I notice is everybody who talks about this, they act like they just got dropped in at the top level and they always had the best price and always had the best customers. And there's a lot of fuck-ups. At least for us, there was a lot of mistakes that happened along the way.
It's trial and error. You just got to learn as you do it.
Yeah, and a lot of luck, but the fact is we stuck with it. And, in the beginning, we used to literally have to take the pills to make sure we weren't getting ripped off. And we'd, you'd be in Amsterdam for a week taking
fucking
3, 4
lit.
different pills. You're lit. But then you learn how to, we learned how to do it by, the Dutch always just used to scrape it on their teeth. Any pill, scrape it on their teeth. And they'd tell you if it was good or bad, right? And then after a while, we learned how to do that. Like, I was a little bit better at it than Tamer, but he could do the same. You could scrape it on your teeth, and you could tell. Hey, within 5 milligrams, this one's got 85 milligrams of MDMA in it. this one's got, close to 100. And you'd kind of always be right with enough experience. And that was a relief, because then, you didn't have to party there for a week. You could just get down to business.
You just became your own human drug testing kit.
Yeah, and then ultimately you get the better connects once you're buying, millions of pills at a time. You get better connects, and then there's a certain amount of trust that comes in to that level of the business, because when you get to the top level of that business, what happens is the system is what matters. And anything that gets in the way of that system has to be dealt with. It's not like your problem or my problem. It's a system problem now that anybody has, because nothing can stop the money flow.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving cogs in that.
Yeah, the cocaine's got to keep flying to Europe, and the ecstasy's got to keep flying back, and to the point where you don't even do the accounting every transaction anymore. You meet once a month or once every other month with your guy, whoever, and handle it. You go to Marbella or some shit. And, or Cannes, Nice, whatever, south of France. Hey, I'll meet you there for the weekend. You do the accounting, and boom, and it's done. But nothing stops the wheel once you have a wheel going.
So, kind of going back to your early days, before you got to that point where you're doing this bulk, you're in Amsterdam, doing all this crazy stuff. How did you first get into selling drugs from just smoking weed and partying?
Bro, I was at a party in London. And I was just a nobody, but I was at this party, and these dudes, Asian dudes, were passing around cocaine. And it was yellow. And I was like, and they were supposed to be doing shit, And I was like, bro, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? I thought you guys were, running shit. This is garbage, man.
Yeah.
And, bro, they took that real serious. I thought it was like kind of just funny, but they took that shit real serious.
Take it personal.
Hey, mate, you taking the fucking piss. You can do better. And I was like, yeah, sure. I didn't even have a fucking connect. I mean, I knew where to go get blow, but I'd never bought a kilo in my life before.
Yeah, you're buying little personal bags.
So, in the beginning for us, that's how I said, yeah, of course. And I get back to LA. I went over to Beverly and La Cienega, right across the street from the Beverly Center. That used to be called Rexall Drugs, not CVS or Rite Aid, whatever it's called now. And they had like a police car, the little police cars that kids play with, and a fire truck. I bought one of each. I opened them up with a screwdriver, and I put half a kilo in each one. And that was the first kilo of cocaine that I shipped to Europe.
Really?
Yeah, FedEx. I sent it to a friend of mine's house who wasn't home and had a doorman building. I knew that she was out of the country. If you're listening, I still love you, babe. She made it very clear not to say her name in any of this stuff. She's a dear friend of mine and my wife. And actually, we just saw her last year. She had us staying at her flat. It was great. So anyway, I sent it there. She's out of town. I get over there, and the doorman taxed me for 5,000 pounds to get this package, right? So now I got to go to the dudes I'm selling it to. I'm taking an advance of 5,000 is how they calculate it, right? So I got fucked all the way around the board, but there was so much margin there that by the time it got home, I'd still made a profit.
Yeah, you were still good.
And then everything from that point on was an optimization process. We understood the FedEx thing, right? I've explained this a couple times to people. It still actually is to this day. FedEx will not allow, their insurance company will not allow their drivers to participate in a controlled delivery.
Really?
Yeah. So if you're sitting there watching your package arrive and it's your regular driver, it's fine.
And you're good to go.
And even if it's not your regular driver, if they go and continue to deliver more packages, it's fine. If it's not your regular driver, they deliver one package and race off around the block, breaking every fucking traffic law known to man.
Yeah, leave your neighborhood, no other routes left.
And they go to a parking lot, a couple blocks away that's got a bunch of Suburbans and Tahoes, not fine. And we always thought packages were great for that, because that package is not fine, but you know what? That package doesn't need bail. That package doesn't have a mouth. So you can sleep at night, and the bail money and the attorney money can be used for re-up.
Yeah, that's staying with you.
Yeah. So never made sense to me, these guys that use humans, because unless they're planning to burn them, which is actually what happens. You meet a lot of mules in prison who, you know, got 5-10 years for being mules, and the minute they got busted, the people who sent them just burnt them.
Just got completely screwed.
Yeah, completely
Yeah.
screwed. They never had any intention of taking care of them.
Wow.
If anything happened. And most of them never even got their money for taking the trip, because they usually don't pay them until they land.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, those kind of people, I had a little bit more sympathy for when they informed. If they didn't get paid for their trip,
Yeah.
then I had a little bit more sympathy for them. But other people who get paid, right? Like, if I give you $5,000 to drive something 5 blocks, you got that $5,000, and the reason why is because you could go to jail.
Yeah.
And now you get busted. Well, you already got paid for that, dude.
Yeah.
That's the risk you took.
So it's time to shut the hell up and go
Yeah,
to jail.
but if you didn't get paid, like these scumbags do to these mules, and
Yeah.
don't pay them until after they land and everything goes perfect, and they don't pay them once they get busted, then they broke the contract first, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think that is a very valid reason to snitch. Like, that's the one where it's like, okay, well, you already got screwed. Like, they fucked you. I guess fuck them. You
Yeah,
know?
well, they broke the contract. If they promise
Yeah.
you $10,000 for taking the flight, dirty,
Yep.
right? And then you get busted and you're in jail, and they don't get you a lawyer, they don't give you the $10,000, they don't
All
do
bets
it.
are
They
off.
just act like totally disappear, and their burner's off, and nobody can reach them. I don't know anybody who wouldn't rat given that
100%.
situation.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that they broke the contract first.
Yeah. You're not going down for that.
Yeah, fuck
screw
that.
that. I'm not covering their ass.
I know a lot of guys make like a very fine line about that, and I understand if you're in the mafia, you swear your whole life that this is how you're going to be.
You cross your heart
And,
over it.
you know, you're in the Crips, Bloods, you know, Serenos, any of the AB, NLR. You give your commitment for life. You're not supposed to rat under any circumstances, right? But
Yep.
most of these mules are like, you know, girls or guys who need $10,000 so bad they're willing to do anything. And if you don't take care of them, they're not a member of a gang. They never
Yeah.
swore to anything.
They don't follow
agreed-
street code.
Yeah,
It's just a pedestrian.
They agreed to take the flight for $10,000, and if you
Yep.
don't give it to them, you broke the contract.
So at that point, all bets are off.
Also, I also found something that was really interesting when I was locked up, because a lot of people in prison, right? They took 5 years, and they're celebrated, you know, that they didn't rat. Everybody knows they couldn't have taken 10. And what's really interesting to me is guys who did rat, who were looking at 20, right, actually probably would have taken a 10. But they are
Yes.
considered to have less integrity than the dude who took 5 that would certainly rat at 10.
100%.
Right? And so there's a certain amount of nuance that goes into this. And you see, and then you find out years later that a bunch of these dudes who are running around taking credit for not being rats were also dudes who tried to rat where the government said, nah, fuck off.
Yeah, they don't give a damn about your info.
Yeah, or they're trying to rat on the yard still. Or they're like, you know, like one of my co-defendants. That's what he was doing. He's trying to rat on people on the yard. And then when we won our appeal, Al decided, okay, he'll just rat on me and Tamer. Even though he'd won his appeal. Now, here's a dude
So
who...
what interest does he have in doing that then?
Well, he's just... For me, he's absolutely a rat. He doesn't meet the civilian exception, right? What's the civilian exception to me is like, hey, you kill somebody in front of a regular civilian neighbor and they go to court, they're not a rat.
Yeah.
You're an idiot for killing them in front of them.
Yeah,
dude.
that's just your neighbor, dude.
They're-
He's going to work tomorrow. you
Yeah.
know?
Normal people call the fucking police.
Yes.
So part of being a good criminal is not doing shit in front of normal people.
Yeah, only other criminals.
Yeah.
That's it. So it's really crazy to me that you say the way you started dealing drugs is you shipped like to Europe immediately. You never really went through a stage of being like a street level drug dealer. You just immediately were like putting kilos in boxes.
Yeah, well, you know, you get a kilo, and which was relatively small compared to what we were doing later. Seems big compared to, you know, if people are selling grams. I get it,
100%.
but relative, it was, you know, at that time it was $15,000. I didn't even have to put up all the money. I had a friend who was selling grams. He used to sell
nice.
grams all over Hollywood. I mean, $60 a piece. You wanted 3 grams, it was $180. There was no 8-ball discount.
God, it's like
But
double that now.
Yeah, but he never cut it, and it was always he'd have these clear bags with his name was Simon. I mean, everybody knows. Like,
Yeah.
So statute of limitations is long gone. He doesn't
Yeah.
live here anymore. Dear friend of mine, he got kidnapped. We could talk about that later in
God.
Amsterdam. But that's what he used to do. He used to drive around in his Porsche. He'd have like 8 or 10 grams in his underwear and drive around answering his pager. And as soon as they were gone, he'd just drive home and pick up 8 or 10 more, whatever, 10, 12, whatever number it was. And just be out all night. And he moved 2 kilos like that a month.
Damn.
One
By
and
the
a half
gram, too. He
sometimes.
was probably killing it.
Killing it.
Yeah.
Killing it. And that's what he did, and that was his thing. And he went, all the celebrity parties, all the Playboy, all the everything. So I went to him, got the first kilo, and then we had a bunch of losses after that. I got the first one through, got the second one with 2 kilos through, and then when we started upping it to 10 and 20, I went into pretty big debt because I was an idiot. This is what I mean about learning curve. We were sending what cost $400 back then to send FedEx, right? $500, and you're basically telling them it's worth nothing.
Yeah.
Right, but you're sending it's 20 pounds, 10 keys,
You can't insure
overnight
it for that real value.
Yeah.
So.
And the worst part is we were using other people's accounts.
God.
We weren't even paying for these accounts. So there's a box on the air bill that you could just charge taxes to FedEx account. So we went into huge debt, big problems. But then I figured that out finally. And once we figured that out, it was 2.5 years of smooth sailing, not a single problem on the cocaine side.
Really?
Yeah, and then not one for 2.5 years, and then the ecstasy really had about a 2-year run where there was like literally no problems, and then we lost a couple packages here and there. So some other guys lost packages. Other people who we'd had started trying to do stuff that weren't doing it with us, but just had also tried to do the same kind of thing. They lost a lot of packages, but they didn't have much staying power because they couldn't compete with us on price. Now, I know everybody's going to say, oh, your prices are too high. You're crazy. You're fucking lying. You were buying in quantity and you say you were paying 50 cents and you were selling in quantity for $7, $8, $9, $10 for, 10,000 pills. Well, first of all, let me explain something to you fucking idiots before you start. Between 97 and 2000, you're coming off a period where, 1, we had no competition. 2, it was good ecstasy. It was before the Mexicans got a hold of it, right?
Okay.
So it was coming from Amsterdam. You were getting, 90, 120, 80 to 120 milligrams of 3,4-methylene doxymethamphetamine with just bonding agent in the pill, no cut, unless the raver guys asked for like speed or whatever, right? Those were the prices then. Then when we got busted in 2000, and the feds even said taking us off the street is what let the gangs get a hold of it. Mexico starts making the cheap version, and the pills you fuckers think that you were buying for 10 cents, they were garbage, dude. That's why you were getting them for 10 cents. So please, fuck off.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot better for the world when you just leave those reliable, high-quality supply chains alone. Because at the end of the day, if you bust the people that are selling the good shit, a million other smaller players are going to jump in and sell bad shit.
Yes.
Yeah,
we had that problem. That's why we went to the shaped pills, because we brought in Mitsubishis and Ferraris first, right?
Really?
Everybody knows about those,
Yeah.
right? We brought those in, but those were easy to counterfeit. So then we went to shaped pills, pink pentagons, green triangles, green clovers, white clovers, and then also the embossed instead of imprinted stamps. Raised Buddha, raised. We had igloo shapes. It was harder for them. One, they didn't have the pill press that could take those kind of plates. Maybe they were stuck just making round pills with an
doing
impression.
some little garage presses and shit.
Yeah, and for us it was no big deal. We get it over there like, okay, you spent 10 grand on a new plate for your press. Who gives a fuck? It wasn't an expense that we cared about.
Pay for itself pretty quick.
Yeah, it wasn't really an expense. it wasn't even something we even considered. Like, that was the other thing. It was so much money that, like, that type of shit, that there was never an accounting between me and Tamer for supplies and payroll. And some of it be, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending, you know, who was there and how long they were there. But it was just so much. We never accounted for that.
You're sitting on such a ridiculous amount of money that it didn't really matter.
Yeah,
it was just like, fuck, we're winning.
You're in your 20s and you're stacking millions in cash.
Uh-huh.
You know, and you're looking around at all these dudes who you thought were so cool, right? Like, oh, this guy's got this guy's got that, this guy's got the chicks, this guy goes to the Playboy Mansion, da da da. And you think, oh, I'm gonna be like that someday. And then you get there and you realize they're all fucking frauds.
Yep.
They're like all the dudes who come on these podcasts and act like they were fucking something, right? Like they're frauds. And the reason why is back then, for 10 grand in 1998 a month, you're spending $4 grand on a badass house in the hills with a pool, like you see on Instagram today. $500 for the baddest Mercedes lease a
That's what
month.
my apartment in Toyota costs now, dude. That's fucked up, dude. That makes me sad.
Yeah, and then you spend, and if you spend $1,000 at the club, that was huge, because bottle service in my day was they write your name on the bottle and bring it back to you next time you come to the club.
God, bring that back.
Yeah.
We need that again.
And they didn't have these professional fucking chicks in the club who were there just to drink your shit, to run up your tab. They didn't have it. It was also before camera phones and Instagram.
Yep.
So it was a lot more fun, you know, celebrities, everything. Not that I'm a big celebrity fan, but even them, they had a lot more fun.
Yeah. Because you could do stuff and not worry about a camera being pointed at.
Yeah, it was great. It was, you know, in the VIP rooms, a lot more fun, you know, and then that was one of the things I noticed when I came home. You know, you got these pros in there drinking your shit. You can't even talk to anybody. The music's so loud.
Yep.
It used to be when you went in the VIP room at the Gate or Sunset Room or Key Club or any of these places, Roxbury, you could have a conversation. People sat down, there was a table, drinks, whatever, and sure, everybody was crazy, but it wasn't so loud that you couldn't talk.
Yep. So when you were really kind of climbing up in this drug game and making a lot of money and getting to the point where you literally didn't need to do accounting because you were just doing so great, were you kind of still trying to like not appear so lavish, or were you just balling at that point?
Well, I was balling, but at the same time, I owned a restaurant on Wilshire Boulevard.
Oh, okay.
And a tanning salon in Beverly Hills.
So you had your legitimate business.
Yeah, like I was a millionaire on paper, but you know,
Nice.
the funny thing about that is I was television educated, bro. Everybody, listen, I didn't come from the streets. I met a lot of dudes who came from the streets, and I got mad respect for them.
Yep.
Well, most of the people who act like they came from the streets didn't. They're fucking full of
100%.
shit.
Yep.
Right? Now, I didn't come from the streets. I was television educated. So what I did is I didn't talk on the phone like you learn on TV. I didn't keep dope and money in the same place like
Yep.
you learn on TV. That's just the
There's
truth
a lot of
of it.
power in media. There's a whole lot of power in media.
I didn't have a bunch of gangsters telling me how to
Yep.
do. I literally I did the things I learned on television.
It worked out for a good while. It
Yeah,
seems.
well, also, ultimately, that's what let me win my appeal too. Later on, we'll talk about it because I never got caught with dope. I didn't get caught with cash.
That's crazy.
I didn't get caught with. I had, I had the businesses. I paid taxes, and a lot of the informants thought that certain things I did were dirty money, and they. One of the reasons why I was able to win my appeal is they were lying. They said. A condo bail package that got put up was mine. It wasn't. It was somebody else's who'd had it before the conspiracy even started. But once they go to ratting, it's funny because I talked to a couple of the cops after the case. They were actually very, very nice to me. Like Bill Linehan, the case agent, and this and that. He was like, "Bro, I never seen anybody do no shit like that. Respect."
They just had to pay this respect.
Yeah, even
They're
the
like,
marshals. The marshals used to tell me all the time, "I never seen anybody. That's just never fucking happened."
They had to shake your hand about
yeah,
it.
yeah.
They're like,
A
"Damn."
bunch of them did, and they tell you, listen, they don't like the informants either.
Yep.
They don't fucking like them.
I mean, you can't fundamentally really respect that,
Yeah,
It's
they
just like,
don't.
That's being a man of your word, And when you go against that, I just don't think that's a respectable thing from an outside perspective. Those guys probably see people do that every day.
Yeah, and they make the same distinctions kind of that we make. Hey, if you're a mafia dude or you're a gang member and you've sworn to your brothers or sisters and committed your life to something, that kind of ratting is different than, you know, a neighbor seeing somebody killed in an alley and testifying about it. It's not, this is civilian. It's not even ratting. It's a civilian being a civilian.
Yeah, just doing their thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if I walk outside and my neighbor is some crazy gangster and he shoots my homie, I'm definitely calling the cops.
Yeah, that's what people do.
Dude. I'm calling the police. You know.
I know some real fucking killer gangsters, and you know, they'd probably be classified serial killers, and they made sure not to do that shit in front of people. They creeped. They took a little pride in their trade craft. I guess no different than a sniper would in the military, right? That was their trade craft. And
what they do.
And they were the best ones, are fucking creepers.
Yep.
You wouldn't see them coming, just like you wouldn't see some of these sniper dudes coming or these special forces dudes coming.
Yep.
They took a little pride in what they did, and you know, and they didn't like that drive-by shit. The real killers I met in prison, they weren't with that at all. They weren't with any innocent bystanders.
Yeah.
People just getting caught in the crossfire. To them, that was messy. That was dirty. That was retarded.
Yeah, 100%. The real people who are professionals in that aren't just recklessly killing people. You know, you have to have discretion for sure.
And also, you got to understand, the best gangsters understand that if it comes to violence, you've already failed.
Yes.
Right? I understood this the whole time. If it came to violence because somebody owed, well, that means I made a fucking mistake by extending too much credit.
Yep.
You have to accept that first and not take it as like, oh, I always have this to fall back on. Otherwise, that's going to end quick. Violence is a tool. It's not an everyday thing.
Yep.
You even see it in prison. People talk all this shit. They've been to prison. Oh, I saw this. I saw that. And it's true. Crazy shit happens, right? But they're taking 20 years of stories and putting it in one day because they want you to think that they're a badass because they were there. Right? They're fucking full of shit. Most days ain't nothing happening. Why? Because the drugs have to flow. Visiting room has to be open. The fucking everything has to work so that can happen. And you know, Pelican Bay aside, where, you know, the shoe's 24-hour lockdown and they have their own ways, most United States penitentiaries, level 4 yards, whatever, dudes I know, same shit. Drug politics runs everything, and 335 days out of 365 ain't nothing fucking happening that's interracial.
Interesting.
Because if it's not interracial, if it's a white guy stabbing a white guy, dude, they just, the hazmat guy comes, cleans up the blood, you're back to program in 5 minutes. The only thing they're worried about is interracial shit, which is, you know, I think our politicians and our citizens could do with a little education from convicts, because we're able to, in prison, it's a funny thing, you look at current events in politics now, people are retarded. In prison,
yes, they are.
In prison, you have to be around people that you don't like. And you have to figure out a way to make things work. And for example, I'll give you an example. You take any political event in the world is always based on some variation of Group A wants to hit Group B. But Group B does business with Group C, who's allied with Group A.
Yeah, you got a problem there.
And then Group D, who nobody knows about, the leader between Group D and Group B had some scumbag deal that the public's not aware of, and Group B is trying to cash in that shit now without letting the public know. Right? So this is every world event is like this. It's some variation of it. You know where that happens every day? In prison. And I give people the example. Like the blacks, whites, and Mexicans, they could sit down at a table, freely admit that they'd kill each other given the chance. But you know what? Today we have a dirty cop. And that dirty cop is bringing us dope for the next 3 months until he's rotated out of his position. So, we hate each other, but we can't have any shit go down for these next 3 months. So even though we're enemies and we'd kill each other, I'm going to give you guys each 20% off the top to make sure nothing happens.
Everything keeps moving.
Everything keeps moving.
Yep.
This is really how the world works. All the bullshit we see on the news so that the public doesn't realize that. Like, you think all these people aren't fucking talking to each other all the fucking time? The problem, the difference with regular politicians that convicts don't have is they don't have the layers of lies to protect from the public. So they're able to make deals that stick.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, the prison politics. You were in there for what, 12 years?
12 years, yeah.
That's a long ass time, bro. So, dialing it back to before your prison sentence, how did you end up actually getting arrested and going to trial? Did you know in advance that you were going to get in trouble soon?
Yeah, I self-surrendered on December 1, 2000.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So, what was the lead up to that?
The lead up to that was my lawyer. You know, they'd raided the house in July after the 2.1 million pill seizure at LAX.
Oh, wow.
The biggest seizure in U.S. history still.
That's insane.
So they raided the house. They didn't find anything. But they were aware of me at this point because a guy by the name of Mark Bellin had ratted on me. Up until this point, they didn't know I exist. They didn't have me on the phones. There was an Interpol, IRNET, International, DEA, U.S. Customs, Task Force, FBI, everybody. And there was a chart, and it was Operation Red Tide, it was called.
Okay.
You can look that one up. And Tamer was at the top. My face, name, nothing didn't exist anywhere. They didn't even...
Does that chart come up if we just type in Operation
Maybe.
Red
Let's
Tide?
have a look.
Let's type it in, y'all. So, you're mentioning that 2.1 million, let's see, 2.1 million pills got seized at LAX.
Yes.
That's insane. That's a crazy amount. Walk me through that day. Like, were you freaking out when you heard that happen?
Actually, it was a bit confusing because what used to happen is Tamer had a connect. He developed this connect, actually. He had a connect that is in Korea. Another guy, Min Jin, who didn't rat, dear friend, good guy, he didn't rat. His story's very interesting. But what he did is he was able to get into, we'd send it to LA through Korea, meaning that it's going into a bonded warehouse in Korea.
Okay.
It's not clearing customs there.
Interesting.
Because stuff is being added to the shipment, and then it's going on to LA. Now, what Min could do is he could get into that bonded warehouse, strip the origin paperwork, and make it look like the shipment originated in Korea. And we'd use stationery as a cover for two reasons. One, you don't want to use electronics or sports shit that could be counterfeited or clothing because they're looking for that, right? And also, dope dealers are so fucking stupid. When a cop opens a fucking container and he sees a bunch of VCRs in a box, right, or a bunch of electronics, they're going to open that.
100%.
It's nice and easy. When they open a fucking container and they see fucking shit-stained piping, right, that fucking stinks.
They don't want to touch that.
They're human.
Yeah.
They don't want to fucking touch
They're going to do
that.
everything in their power to not have to interact with that box anymore.
Yeah, so while we weren't using shit pipe on this particular thing,
Maybe you should have.
stationary, nobody's worried about it.
Yeah.
And paper's fucking heavy, so your weights are matching. And everything's lining up. You're not tripping any red flags, right? And so nobody's worried about the taxes, nobody's worried about the counterfeit, and nobody's worried about the weight. That's 95%. Now you're only dealing with the 5% of luck, which is the gamble. You know, which is another funny thing. People always talk about gambling. I'm going to tell you what fucking gambling is. Gambling is handing your dope to United States Customs and hoping that they hand it back to you. That's fucking gambling, because that's what you're doing as a drug trafficker.
Yes. You got to cross your fingers every time.
Yeah.
You're like, damn, I hope this makes it.
Yeah, and you're going through, you're leaving, you're going through the exit customs and you're going through the entry customs. So you're hoping that two different law enforcement agencies literally hand you back your shit after you hand it to them.
So
that's gambling.
This seizure of the 2.1 million pills, was this the first time that U.S. Customs had seized a package from you, or just the largest and the one that got you
No,
caught?
that was the largest. Before that, in December of 2000, they seized the FedEx thing. We used all different kinds of shipping, right?
Yep.
Like A lot of people think it was like, you know, this some fucking kind of organized shit. Dude, we were a bunch of fucking kids.
Yeah.
Who had more balls than brains, to tell you the truth. Now, we weren't stupid, so we learned as we went, but we certainly weren't smart about it. Right? We had more balls than brains, and me and Tamer would sit down and be like, hey, we got to move X amount. How are we going to do it? Are we going to use air cargo? Are we going to use sea cargo? Are we going to use a private jet? We're going to use FedEx, DHL, Flying Tigers. And it was, you know, week to week. It was, there was not this, the connects and the amounts we were taking was systematic, right? But how it was getting done on a week to week basis was, you know, there was a certain amount of creativity in there. Are you using software? Are you using puzzles? Are you using, you know, what is it that we're stationary? How are we going? Are we going to send multiple boxes on the same air bill because we got lazy? That was a fun one. We were lazy one time coming out of Amsterdam in '98, and we were in Paris, and we said, you know, why are we only putting one box on an air bill? We can have 3 boxes on the same air bill.
Let's get some more going.
So instead of sending 60,000 pounds, we sent 180,000 pounds on the same air bill, 180,000 pills on the same air bill, and fuckers landed the same way. So the next thing, you know, everything tripled in scale, literally overnight, because you're never going to send one box on an air bill.
You just kind of continually were pushing those limits of like, what can we do here?
Yeah, because I think like any business, right? Once you're ahead and you're not behind and there's no debt, you have exploratory capital.
Yeah.
Right?
That's when things really start getting fun.
This was R&D.
Yeah. That's a fun way to R&D, but that also, on the flip side of that, sounds really stressful, moving these large quantities and not having that human directly moving it, where you're just kind of like, damn, I hope this makes it, you know? I mean,
but what is it? Is that more stressful than having a human busted and you can't sleep
I guess
at night
it's stressful
wondering if
either
they're
way.
gonna talk?
You know, I guess just moving drugs is stressful no matter what. But
you got to accept a baseline, right?
Yeah.
And you want to keep your stress at that baseline. But what happens as we're all humans, we become desensitized after a little while.
Yep.
And you start laughing about the shit.
Yep.
I mean, you really do. It's just like,
it's normal to you.
yeah, it just becomes normal.
It's day-to-day life. That's just your job. That's like part of the task.
So you want to keep that stress at the baseline. And, you know, same shit when I got to USP Lompoc, huge level of stress. When I left 18 months later, I was so used to it. I was shocked when I was on the bus leaving. This weight just pulled off my shoulders that I didn't even know was there. You know,
Must have been nice.
Yeah, what we're able to deal with as humans is pretty miraculous. People always say, "Oh man, I don't know if I would have been able to do that." I tell you, I don't know if you would have either, but I do know this: most humans are capable of much more than they think they are capable of.
It's all in
given
the moment,
the right
you know?
moment, the right incentivization.
So that day that the 2.1 million pills got seized at LAX, did you find out first and tell, you know, your partner, for example? Did your partner call you and be like, hey, they got our pills, or what happened?
Oh, so it's supposed to go to Korea, through Korea, and then come to LA. Well, this 2.1 million pills came from Paris direct.
Ooh, okay.
So it was here a couple days before it was supposed to even be here. So my first reaction when I'm watching it on TV is, who's moving this kind of fucking weight?
You're like, damn, I didn't know
Who
we
the
had this
fuck is
competition.
moving this kind of weight? That's what I literally called Tamer. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Right? Like, because I was always wondering already at this point where all these pills are fucking going, right? Like, the more we get in, the faster they're going. I couldn't, it never calculated to me, right? You know, I had a couple gay dudes up in Frisco and a drag queen out of Miami who were my main customers by this time. I'd kind of left all the, 20, 30,000 pill deals long way behind. I wasn't exposing myself like that. And these dudes were moving as much weight as I could bring in, and great guys. And if you guys are listening, listen, nobody knows. They got away, right? Like, so nobody knows, and but they know, and
hope they're doing well.
They're doing well.
Good for them.
They're
Good
doing
for them.
well.
So you had no clue that this was your package that got seized.
You know how I found out?
How?
So that afternoon,
Uh-huh.
right? A friend of mine who worked at Merrill Lynch at the time called me and he said, "Hey, I got to see you." And I said, what do you mean? And he says, I said, yeah, sure, whatever. But he had a tone in his voice. I was like, what's up? And he's like,
you could hear
I
voice.
got to see you. I'm going to come by. Mm-hmm. So he comes by and he shows me the subpoena. They'd subpoenaed all my records, criminal subpoena. They'd subpoenaed all my records, these dumb fucks, on the same day that they're bringing the fucking shit in, right? So I got warning like that.
Thank God they did that, huh?
So now I got my fiance, Kristen at the time. Her mom is, they're a Christian family from Texas. Like, she's living with me, has been, but we got her an apartment because they're like really, and I wanted to be respectful to her parents, of course.
Can't have her around that.
So she had to have her own place when so they'd visited a couple times at Chris. But this was the first time her mom is staying at my place with Kristen. This is all going on. I'm in the office fucking smoking weed, trying to figure out what to do. And then I'm like, I finally, after a couple hours, I run upstairs. I fucking put all the cash in the shopping bags and this and that and, guns and everything. And I tell Kristen, I'm like, hey, you got to get out of here. Go to your place. And she's like, how is she going to tell her mom this? And I got these bags and one of them breaks. So there's like guns and cash all over the fucking floor by the front door. Oh my God, what a scene. So get her out of there. And they came that morning at 4 a.m. and beat down the door. Broke down the door, and they found nothing. And Bill Linehan, who was the DEA case agent, was like, his attitude was basically like, even if you are the real deal, and I'm not saying you aren't, what do you think them boys we got locked up downtown are gonna do? And I was like, I don't know who the fuck they are, and I don't care what they do, and I got nothing to do with me. And they basically offered me immunity.
Yep.
Or not basically, they offered me fucking flat. Keep everything, do whatever the fuck you want, and continue to work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure at the scale that you were operating at, they probably offered you some pretty lucrative stuff.
Yeah, they offered me to continue to work.
Yeah, that's crazy.
As long as I was working for them.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Keep all your shit. Now I don't have to hide it anymore. If I can pull it out from wherever it might or might not have been, and I was just, hey, fucking fuck off. I don't know those people. I don't know what they're going to do, and I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. And so that was in the summer of 2000. And then right after Thanksgiving, my lawyer, Don Etra, who passed away now several years ago, he calls and he says, hey, they got a indictment out for you. This was another fuck up by the federal government because
they just
supposed
kept
to be
tipping you off.
Filed under seal, but they didn't file it under seal. So then he made an arrangement for me to self-surrender on December 1. And I thought, okay, I'll get bail. I'm self-surrendering. And, the night before, I'm like basically like having a beat the feds party. What a fucking dumbass I was. I had no fucking clue what I was walking into. Which is the story of my life. I walk into a lot of shit when I have no clue what I'm walking
into. You were going into it like, oh, this is going to be okay.
Yeah. I thought, okay, I'm going to get bail. I'll handle all this. It'll be fine. Because I also knew I never got caught with dope. I never got caught with money. I didn't, I wasn't on the phones. So I'm thinking to myself, like,
what could they possibly have?
Yeah, television educated again, remember?
Yeah.
Right? So I'm thinking, what the fuck could they possibly have on me? And then you learn talking is enough. These motherfuckers, talking is enough to put you away. And some of these dudes I met in prison, they get locked up for 30, 40 years. There was never any drugs found. And it was just people talking.
That's craziness.
Right? And it's insanity. It's really, really bad. Now, that said, I also have to say 95% of the people in prison should fucking be there, and the world's a better place that they are, and I don't know any other government program that gets it right 95% of the time.
Yeah.
So while we should try to make it better,
always room for improvement.
Yeah, talking about it like it's broken, it's actually the best functioning system the government has. I mean, 95% of the time, you're right. You know?
I mean, the arm of justice is long here, it seems. So
yeah, most of these people who are in there, if you see them walking down the street, you go to the other side and pass them that way. And if they cross the street to follow you, I would recommend you attack first or run if you're fast. I mean, there's a lot of not nice people prison is not filled with nice people.
Yeah.
It's filled with people who can do amazing things.
Mm-hmm.
It's also not filled with people who got away with it.
Yeah. No, it's not.
No.
So you after you got arrested, you turned yourself in. You went into it. It sounds like with a lot of confidence. At what point during the proceedings did you kind of realize, like, oh shit, this is not going my way?
Oh, I realized at the very first bail hearing,
Okay.
I got my first legal lesson that day, and that was Bill Clinton and Joe Biden had given us the 1996 Omnibus Crime Control and Prevention Act. And in that act, for the purposes of bail hearing, if you are looking at a crime that has a maximum sentence of 10 years or more, then you are presumed guilty for the purposes of bail. Now, how does that square with the Constitution? I still haven't figured that one out.
Interesting.
But yeah, that's in there. You can look that up. And when I heard that this was a presumption case, and I asked the lawyer what the fuck that meant, and he told me that was the moment I knew I was in trouble.
Yeah.
Because not only was I not going to get bail, but I also understood that this system is not what you see on TV.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. It's not fair. It is a rough system, for sure.
Yeah, it's not for the faint of heart.
No.
And, it's unfortunate. What is unfortunate is that the touch point for most Americans with the government is schools, teachers, fire, first responders, and police. And if those are open hypocrites, right? If those are openly, not following the rules they claim to enforce, then you're going to have a problem trying to enforce those rules on a public that recognizes that.
Yeah.
That's never good business, right? Like,
Doesn't sound like it.
Actually, my idea is people think I'm crazy, but if I was president, I would pay police officers a 200% bonus through a federal override, and the departments would have to opt into that, meaning they also opt in for that 200% bonus to independent oversight.
Interesting.
And I would do the same thing for teachers.
We got to get you elected to public office at some capacity.
Well, I think if you don't, you're going to get a higher quality of individual. And if this is the touch point of the government to most people, most Americans.
That's true, yeah.
Then it should be respected as such across the board. If you want respect from the population for these people,
you have to earn
then
it.
the people who are doing these jobs have to also be worthy of that respect.
100%.
And if you're only paying these people $60,000 a year and treating them like shit, what do you expect? Pay them properly. Pay them to perform like the heroes you want them to perform like,
they'll
right?
be the heroes.
And they'll be the heroes. And the competition for those jobs will be such that you'll have, higher quality individuals that are applying for those jobs.
Yeah, I mean, you read all this stuff in the news about how they're having trouble, getting enough police officers or firefighters or EMTs in certain places, and it's like, well, that job on paper isn't super appealing unless you're someone that's really, really passionate about doing that for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and it's not respected either. It used to be
Yeah.
teachers didn't used to get paid a lot, but they used to be respected more.
Now they're not paid a lot or respected.
And some of them shouldn't be respected with the shit they're teaching today. But again, we don't have a high quality individual there, right?
You have to incentivize that.
Yeah, we have to incentivize that. And I think that, to me, that and campaign finance reform would probably solve 80% of our problems and allow us to focus on the remaining 20%.
Damn, you got to run for like mayor of a city. Start climbing your way up the political food chain.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's common sense, though. I think people.
You would think so, but I think there's a lot of that missing.
The other thing that we don't do is it's an embarrassing that we don't take care of our veterans. I would handle that immediately. My dad just had triple bypass at the VA.
Oh shit.
Right, and they did great. They treated him great, everything. But the whole time, and they treat him great, and these people are great, and they're understaffed, and they don't have enough money, and they do a great job for the veterans. And I talked to a bunch of them there over the few days he was there, And it just struck me like, God, why doesn't this place look like Cedars?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it should.
These people, whether you agree with the wars we've been in or not, these people are the ones that put their lives on the line for us to be able to be contrary.
A high quality experience. They deserve some care.
And some of them are homeless now. Mm-hmm. And we're not taking care of that. That's the other thing,
Suffering from mental illness, and they're not getting help for that,
And you look at it, it's a realistic number. You got 600,000 American homeless, right? Even at 75,000 a key for building them apartments all over the country, for $45 billion, you're done with the problem.
Yeah. And
why not be done with it? We're giving it away
elsewhere now. Yeah,
we're sending it all over the world.
Yeah, we got it. Let's just pull a little bit back, from the rest of the world.
Yeah, we're sending it. We're sending it. With regardless of what your politics are, and I think, the Ukraine thing, it would be great if they could win, but you also have to look at the fact that one, Ukraine and Russia, it's kind of a family issue amongst them. Two, the Ukrainian government is stealing half the shit. So even if you want Ukraine to win, even if you sympathize with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people and some of their patriots and the guys in their army up against all odds running out of ammunition every day, these are tough fucking men that need to be respected on both sides, actually. The ones that actually do the dirty work, right? Can you continue to fund knowing that they're going to steal half?
Yeah.
That's
some guy just bought a Rolls Royce with some of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, bro, go to Saint-Tropez and look how many Ukrainian flag fucking yachts there are there. I mean, it's a real easy thing to see.
Yeah.
And most people, most Americans don't understand what's really going on in Ukraine. A third of Ukrainians are Ukrainian patriots. A third of Ukrainians want Russia, are Russian patriots. They want Russia to actually take over. And the third, and probably the most dangerous and most fun at the same time, is the third who don't give a shit. They just want to make money.
Yeah.
Their allegiance is to money. Now, if you understand
good old capitalism.
If you understand that, and you're going to fund this government who claims to be cleaning up corruption, but none of the people who they've gotten out of office for corruption have spent one day in court or one night in jail. And, you got Reznikov with his 3 whores, $4,000 a night, the former defense minister, right, who bought summer windbreakers instead of heavy winter jackets, and billions of dollars are missing, is over there in Saint-Tropez hanging out with Russian dudes in Dubai instead of being, well, bro, it's kind of hollow if you say you're cleaning up corruption.
Yeah.
Right?
It's not very clean.
And, but then from the other side, from the American side, this is also very clear, and what makes this such a complex thing. If you're on the prison yard and you're white, for example, I could give this example anywhere, so this isn't a racist thing. I could use any group, right, or black or Mexican or whatever. But you're white. The blacks and the Mexicans typically don't get along with each other in most prisons.
Yeah, that's just how it is in jail. There's a lot of
if
race
they line up on the other side of the yard, right, and they're chatting it up and they're not fighting, and you're white, it's time to get your fucking peace, dude, because they're coming for you. So when you see Russia and China, who have territorial disputes, hate each other. I mean, hate each other.
Yeah, they're not friends by any means.
By any means, have hundreds of years of bad fucking blood, right, lining up together. That's about America. That ain't about Ukraine. That ain't about Israel. That ain't about any of this. So that's about us. They're coming for us. And they say it. They say it in their BRICS thing. Hey, we want to fucking get rid of the dollar's hedge money. We want to remove the dollar as the global clearing currency.
Yeah, that's been a very hot topic lately.
Yeah, I mean,
pegging the dollar as the global currency.
Yeah, well, Saudi doesn't want to renew the oil contract. Now, I think they will renew it for Trump. But you got to remember when Saudi comes in, right? Like when Biden comes in, they're calling MBS a criminal because of the Khashoggi thing, right? Which they don't understand that either. And they're saying, and our senators are saying they're going to treat him like a criminal and they want to get him out of power and da-da-da. Well, no, of course he doesn't want to renew the contract for them.
Yeah.
Well, people don't understand. If we don't have the petrodollar contract, then we have no way to sanction anymore. There's no sanction power left because,
Yeah. What else do you sanction from them?
well, that's what we do. We sanctioned everybody by saying, hey, you can't have oil now because you can only buy it in dollars, and we're not letting you use dollars anymore. That's the first line of sanction. That's the biting sanction. That's what gives us leverage for everything else. If we're no longer clearing every oil transaction through New York because it's in dollars, and it's clearing through India or China or Russia, right? Then where is our sanction power? We don't even have leverage over SWIFT to kick you out of the banking system.
Yeah, they don't care about us.
So all the pacifists that were screaming, yeah, fuck him, Khashoggi, 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 don't realize the downstream consequences of, first, they don't realize what the situation was. They don't realize the downstream consequences of that, right? The downstream consequences of that are we lost our sanction power.
Yep.
And then the Israel thing, being Jewish, obviously I'm on the Israel side.
Yeah.
And I make no qualms about that. I have plenty of Muslim friends too, but I don't hide behind anything. I'm 100% on Israel's side. But if you back up, Israel also was, what is that? When the blacks, whites, and Mexicans are getting along too well in prison, what do the cops do? They throw one TV in the unit knowing that they've got to fight over it. Israel has always been that. So you have Russia and China ganging over here. You have all of NATO's resources drained, stockpiles drained, because Ukraine's using them and stealing half of them, right? You have the Israel thing now where everybody's fighting over that and paying attention to that, right? And people are not paying attention to the big picture. And the big picture is that the U.S. is very interested in breaking India off of BRICS. They're very interested in the Abraham Accords were actually initialized by Saudi. Why? Because they want to bring Indian products through the Arabian Peninsula, up through Israel, and into serve Europe as a competitor to the China's Silk Road, right? China is the one that gets Iran to activate its ring of fire around Israel, right? So everybody's got to go crazy over that and loses sight of the big picture that peace was at hand, and a trade route that could potentially break India off of BRICS and reestablish a balance of power where it's not just the United States carrying NATO, is now, actually it's not in jeopardy, it's going to continue, but they lose sight of the fact Iran is, Palestine and Islamic Ummah. That's bullshit, dude. If it was Islamic Ummah that you're after, how can you be allied with China, who just sterilized 2 million Muslim women so they don't have a Muslim problem in the future? Yeah. Right? Like, it's all bullshit. Again, we go back to this idea of politics. Group A wants to hit Group B, but Group C is doing business with Group B. Is a lot. It's all the same shit, right? So when you look at what's really happening, and then everybody's zeroed in on what's happened to the poor population of Gaza, which is terrible, right? It is its own tragedy, but they're looking at 40,000 people, which should be looked at, but they're looking at it so closely, they're ignoring the effects of this, what's going on in the world, to millions and tens of millions of people, right? It's so, and that's by design, right? As humans, hey, something's going on over there, but if I pinch your hand, you're not paying attention to that. You just got pinched on your hand. So governments know this, and they've been using this forever. Our limited attention spans, our preconceived notions, our inherent and recency bias, right, which we all suffer from.
100%.
And they know this, and they use it. And what is their real intention? Who knows?
Yep.
Who knows?
Not good.
Not good. It's never good.
You say that much.
If you look at, and I tell people this, I go, listen, whatever side you're on, if you stop using the word politician to describe these people, because that engenders some kind of trust, right? Even if you disagree, it's a politician. But actually, if you look at states as gangs, and you look at the leaders of the states or countries as apex gangsters, then everything they do makes sense, because the gang thing is based on, hey, as a collective, as America, we're going to be able to make sure that we're able to get resources. Our collective power is going to allow us to have resources, right?
I mean, the government is just the most powerful gang in their respective country. That's
Exactly.
just what it is.
And whoever the leader of that gang is the apex gangster. And what they always want is more power. Always. Always. At different levels, it's money. Once you get there, it's more power because money's already been solved, right? But now if you look at the world, you don't need the fucking news anymore, which is totally corrupt.
Skewed in every direction, whichever direction you prefer it to be, you can find news to fit.
Well,
that.
I think I blame mainstream media because everybody talks about freedom of speech. But if you look back, freedom of speech came out of freedom of the press, which was supposed to be a fourth check and balance to the government. So that first journalist that traded out of a story to improve his career for a better story and let that, whatever story that was, disappear, didn't just improve his career. He sold out the First Amendment. And his responsibility, which is why, or her responsibility, which is why they were given freedom of the press in the first place, right? So guess what? Governments figured this out. So now every mainstream media needs a relationship with a government source. So now the government controls what comes out, both on Fox and CNN and everything in between. So that shit is just crowd control mechanism. The news is free everywhere in the world in every language.
Yes.
But water is not. Do you think that's because there's some cabal of people that have decided that the normal people like us should be informed, and that's why we should have news everywhere?
No,
absolutely not.
Because there's a great incentive for news to be free, and it's not a good one.
Yes,
So,
yes.
100%.
It's a crowd control mechanism,
Yes.
no different than people who abuse religions. I think religions bring some great things to the world, but I also think people abuse them in order to control people, through fear. I think the news media, the mainstream media, is also just part of the crowd control mechanism. Governments are a crowd control mechanism. Doesn't matter if it's communist, socialist, representative, capitalist economics. Doesn't matter. They're crowd control mechanisms. And some of them are better than others. But that's what it is. And if we really want to understand what's going on with the world, and we really want to survive past destroying ourselves with the technology that we have today, I think it's incumbent upon all people, whatever side of any argument you're on, to understand that most of the information we get is given to us in order to control our thoughts, not to enlighten them.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we really we kind of went off the deep end.
Sorry.
On Ukraine and all these side topics. I'm gonna reel it back in a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We were in the mid. No, it's all good. We just had a great conversation about all that. But I believe where we left off was in the middle of your trial, the moment you had realized.
First hearing.
Yes, the first hearing. Things started going bad. That trial played out, and I was reading that your trial was like a complete mess. I mean, it seems like there was a situation where there was like an appeal where you represented yourself at one point. How did the trial kind of play out?
Okay, so I had two cases. 0024 RSWL.
Yeah, you sent me two separate case documents.
Is a first indictment, and then the second indictment was 00852 CAS was the second indictment. So I went to trial on the first one and got sentenced to 30 years.
Yep.
6-week trial. And what happened in there is these guys lied. They tried, besides what I did do, they tried to say I did so much that I would never come home.
Yeah.
The
They were
legend
trying
is
to put you up for life.
the legend is always bigger than the truth, bro.
Yes.
There's government says street value of this, and I'm always like, well, what fucking street is that? I've never seen that street before, right? Yeah. Like they always add to it. They always enhance it. They always put extras on it. And that's what these informants did. Monir Deary and John Ibrahim, Mark Bellin, they all fucking lied because they didn't want us to ever come home. In fact, the government had promised them that we were never going to come home. And so they put all this shit on it. But again, I was television educated, so I wasn't on the phone. I never got caught with dope, and I never got caught with money. But that doesn't change the fact that they have all these witnesses who, by the time they get to trial, have ironed out the discrepancies in their testimony. And what's really interesting is you get their 302 government reports of their interviews, their debriefings with these guys, right? And you can see their stories don't line up at first. And there's huge discrepancies. And then you get to trial and they all line up. But you know what you're not allowed to do?
What?
That's not evidence. You can't use that to impeach them.
Interesting.
Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah, why though?
Yeah,
Like, why
you
not?
can say it. You can say, hey, didn't you say this? I don't recall. Hey, didn't you say that? And that was the other thing I noticed, that like the jury did not fucking notice. Whenever the government was asking the informant a question, they start answering before the question's even done being spoken, right? And it's fluid and it sounds great, very articulate.
Scripted.
Everything, yeah. But then when my lawyers ask a question, these motherfuckers can't remember anything.
Yep.
Wait, you have a crystal clear fucking
They've
memory.
clearly been coached to answer in a certain way for a certain side.
And some of it was transactions that never fucking happened. Like, but it's perfect. The synchronicity of the lie is perfect. And you find out, this was interesting. I used to, when informants used to come into the floor at MDC, they used to get run off. But after I'd been there a while and guys knew who I was, and I had a big case. I was the dude who really did $1 million dope deals, me and Tamer. So there was a certain level of respect because that's what most guys in prison hope to be at some point.
They were like, damn.
Most of them are
get like
drug
him.
cases, and they always wanted to do the $1 million dope deal. It's kind of like always wanted to actually bang a Playboy playmate. Always, like these little things, right? And
You watch Scarface, you're like, that looks pretty cool.
yeah, and so when
Until
they
he
saw,
dies.
yeah, so when they saw us, it was like even that we were busted, and even that some of them talked shit. There was a lot of respect from them because hey, we weren't the dudes who were on the yard lying about it. You can look up our case; it really happened. So we had a lot of that. And why did I give that background? I just lost my train of thought.
For what?
What were we talking about just before that?
We were discussing your case and how at trial people were testifying under oath saying, talking about transactions that never happened.
Yeah. Talking about transactions that never happened. And we had that go on like always, right? Like later on I'd get to yards and people would claim that they were on my case. People would tell me my co-defendant's there, right?
Yep.
Like it wasn't my co-defendant.
Right? So you were kind of like the legend of the yard per se. Like everyone was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm locked up with this guy." And they're like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, to a degree. So, after I remember why.
Yeah.
So anyway, we had a certain level of respect and I had some friends there and at this point, and I've been in about a year when I started representing myself. I already got, 30 years for the first case, sentenced. And now I'm representing myself, and it's the second case, the CCE, where they're extraditing Tamer. And so now, when we knew there was a rat that would come on the floor, I would get like one of my black friends or Mexican friend to like fucking press them the day commissary came, right? I'd have the whites.
Okay.
If there's a white dude, the whites not do anything to him. I'd be, look, I need this dude on the floor for a couple weeks, and then you can send him. Because white boys, if it's a rat, it's got to be hard candy. You got to get, they don't let you do one hitter quitter or lock in a sock. It's got to be a steel fucking puncture piece, and you got to go for, it's one of the things that the whites are pretty diligent about, man. The NLR dudes and Aryan Brotherhood dudes, if there's a hit and you get called up for it, it's got to be steel, and you got to go for a kill shot. Otherwise, they're going to come get you.
That's heavy,
afterward.
dude. That's serious.
Yeah, that's born of being a minority usually, so they're typically more vicious when they do shit. The Mexicans usually run everything, at least in most of the joints I was in, and they're very organized.
Yeah. Very
organized to a military degree. And the blacks are the least organized and the least vicious, but they're the biggest headache in any kind of one-on-one thing. I mean, on a one-on-one basis, these dudes know how to fight, man. They're athletic. They have wind. Nobody wants to see them head up either. So everybody has their kind of advantage, right?
Yep.
So I'd get a white dude who I know's a rat. I'd befriend him. He'd order, wait till commissary is ordered the first time, right? As soon as he picks up his commissary, I'd have, either a black or Mexican dude run up in there and fucking steal half his shit, and then I'd come in and save him.
Nice.
Right?
So you're the hero.
Get back some
Yeah.
of his stuff. And then I'd be talking to him, right? And and this is where I learned this. This is what the government does when they need an informant. People go in there and they say, hey, I want a rat. They tell about their 2-penny granny. Even Bill Linehan told me once, he was like, yeah, fuck. When these dudes rat, we have to fucking end. They never stop. They run, they run out of truth and then they start bullshitting. If we'll sit there till 3 a.m, they'll keep going. This is a DEA agent was fucking, when he was walking me back after my resentencing and everything that day and, shook my hand and everything, he was laughing about it. He's like, yeah, these motherfuckers never stop talking. So what they do is this dude wants to rat. And he gives them a story. They get a queen for a day agreement, right? They call it, and they go and they fucking say blah, 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 blah. And the feds, if they think they can use that guy, they'll tell his lawyer, hey, that's not what we understand. What we understand is it was person D in a green sweatshirt at 3 p.m. on a Thursday doing X, Y, Z. Right? And they'll leave that debriefing of somebody else who told them all that with the lawyer. And they'll tell the lawyer, this is what we're interested in. Can you ask your client if he knows anything about this? And of course, the next day the client remembers everything because you just gave him the info.
Yeah, they've
and
been coached.
that's what they fucking do. And I found this out by befriending rats for a couple weeks. And I'd act like their friend, right, before they got run off.
Yep.
And I'd act like their Captain Save-A-Ho. And I'd act like, oh, man, I'm thinking about ratting. Can you tell me what's going on? This, that, the other thing. Hey, when they go, I'd always, after they went to a debrief, I'd get them, hey, how did that work? Did they coach you this, that, the other thing? Did they tell you what to say? How's it? Oh, my lawyer told me what they were looking for. Okay, then, then they fucking send him off. Dude's going to fucking get beat down, put a hole in him, go to the shoe, right? A piece of shit. So anyway, that's how I found out. And then I started hiring, there was a former federal prosecutor, this guy, Steve Roseanne, out of Texas. Fucking great guy. He was a federal prosecutor. They went against him, right? They charged him. He ended up winning, but then he switched sides and became a criminal attorney.
Okay.
So he'd come in all the time to see other people, but me and him kind of made a little friendship, right? Like he was trying to be my lawyer when he saw, once people heard I was representing myself, every lawyer in the world thought it was just, I was going to hire another lawyer. There wasn't a money problem. It wasn't this or that, or it just, they thought that this was their opportunity, blood in the water to come. Anyway, me and Steve Roseanne ended up with a few clients in the building, and we ended up being, friends for what it was. So when he would come in, he'd call me down, and I didn't mind to go down, kick the shit with him, and we would talk about this kind of shit. And the other thing I learned is that most federal judges, fortunately not mine, but many federal, I shouldn't say most. I didn't experience this to any great degree with my judges, but a very common thing, and I used to talk to clerks. I used to pay them $500 to come visit me because I wanted info from all these people, right? And one of the common things with federal judges and state judges, I heard from attorneys who I've talked to about this, and clerks, is when they have a hearing, they do not ask their clerks, find me what the right answer to this is, the case law. They say, I want to deny this or I want to grant this. Find me the case law to do it.
So they just want the reason. They say,
so
you're going to make sure this is legit. I have a good reason to do it.
Well, what you find out, and every judge, prosecutor, and lawyer knows this, is that there's case law on both sides.
100%.
They can do it. The whole stare decisis system is the biggest intellectual fucking dishonesty gymnastics ever in history. And it starts with the Supreme Court saying, ignorance of the law is not a defense, but I always said, show me one judge that's memorized fucking 400 books worth of law and regulation.
They can't.
They can't.
They can't.
So, again, a hypocrisy, right? So how are they going to say the same thing to you?
Yeah, they can't expect that of you.
It's fucking all bullshit. It's for appearances. And that's really how I ended up winning, because I realized that. And I got this paper called the Daily Journal. It was the local legal paper. I'm one of those people who just wants information. I don't know if it's valuable or not but I've figured out over the course of my life, the more information I possess, the more information that's in my Rolodex, the more pieces that I have. When something else comes up, those things come in handy. It's kind of like, I guess, kind of like hoarders never throw anything away because the one day they're going to need something, it's still there. But I do that for my brain. I like to feed it as much,
Store it all in there. It's
as
like a filing
much
cabinet.
info as possible. And part of that, what came in that was the daily appellate reports.
Okay.
All the appellate cases for the federal circuit, Supreme Court, you know, and even state court, California. Not the rest of the states, but California. And so I was reading that, and what struck me really a lot was I didn't learn how to be a lawyer. I learned what won on appeal. And it wasn't the law, because they're always doing gymnastics to distinguish between this and that.
There's a law to counter your law, and you got a law to counter their law.
And how do you pull this paragraph out of here, and how do you shepherdize this or that? And by design, I believe, because they lose, I would say 98% of the American people don't have the requisite knowledge to understand it.
Yep.
And I would say out of that 98%, 95 of them do not have the IQ required to understand it.
Yep.
So it's, you know, obscurity is their thing, right? Actually, that's probably not a good word for it, but you get the idea. And they hide that with so much information that most people are just lost with it, and they have to rely on lawyers.
Confusing to most.
But it's all fucking bullshit, right? It's all bullshit. You know, there was a 10th Circuit case. Bribery is outlawed, is a constitutional crime along with treason, right, and counterfeit.
Yep.
Those are the three constitutional crimes. 10th Circuit case, they said, okay, plea agreements are bribery. They're unconstitutional. You know what the Supreme Court did? Sandra Day O'Connor, liberal. She said, yeah, that's true, but it's so ingrained in our system that it'll cause chaos, so fuck it, we're stuck with it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. They just acknowledge, like, yeah, they shouldn't exist, but fuck it.
Yeah.
Too late.
So once you realize that, you know, I was like, okay, cool. So what you have to do is you have to be able to embarrass them. If it's going to embarrass them, you're going to get off.
Yes.
You're going to win your appeal. And that's what I understood by the time I started representing myself in the second case. And that was the appeal that me and Chuck Sevilla, my appeal attorney on the first case, he's amazing. He's the only lawyer that ever listened to me. You know, like, you're their client, you're paying them, or your family's paying them, or whatever, but they don't listen to you. They treat you as
they know better.
Yeah, they assume they know better. They think they're smarter, and I guess many times they probably are.
For sure.
You know, but when you have somebody who wants to drive the car, you have to fucking get in the passenger seat.
Yeah,
if you're the hired help. You're the hired help. That's 100%. The order of operations. And Chuck Sevilla is the only one who listened to me, and the advice he gave me, we didn't agree on everything, but everything, most of the times I listened to him because he took the time to explain to me why what I thought was correct, but why this would be a better approach, with evidence to back that up instead of just, trust me, bro. That's the best one. Trust me, bro. I know this. I've been doing this my whole life. I know what I'm doing.
So it sounds like, you know, you had like a real kind of pain in the ass appeal process. Luckily, you had a couple people that were on your team, you know, and made it easier for you. So that initial sentence of 30 years, upon appeal, what did you get that revised to?
Well, so remember, I'm appealing that, but I'm fighting the second case, the CC, Continuing Criminal Enterprise Kingpin.
Oh, God.
The 00852 case where I'm looking at life. This is where I'm representing myself.
We got papers for all this, by the way?
Yeah.
Read along?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where I'm representing myself. And so while that's happening, you know, we're having hearings and I'm putting the smash down, the appeal's going on. Well, it just so happened that we got the wiretaps from the second case. And this is, actually, I got to get you my first sentencing transcript. I'm going to send that to you, too, so you can put this up, because this was the key. Everybody was wrong. At my first sentencing, I wanted to represent myself already. The judge wouldn't let me, but during Rule 35A, B, and C, motion for new trial based on new evidence, I brought the government's wiretap because I was already, I was getting discovery from the second case, which had the wiretap. And I'd found it a couple days before, and it showed 3 lies I'd found. And they were really pretty stupid, but it showed that the government witnesses were lying on direct examination. Louis Palazzo, another fucking piece of shit attorney, just like David Chesnoff, right? Tamer's attorney, both fucking garbage. They have reputations, I don't know why. They're both fucking complete shit. Don't ever use them. Although, credit where credit's due, Chesnoff's pretty connected in Vegas, so, I mean, if you have a Vegas case, probably go with that.
That's the one exception.
Yeah. I give credit where credit's due, even though I completely dislike this motherfucker, and I could go on for an hour about what a piece of shit lawyer he is. I literally had to fight him also. It wasn't enough to fight the government. I had to fight Tamer's lawyer.
So you're just you're fighting the world at this point.
Yeah, if Tamer's lawyer had gotten his way at any step of the way, me and Tamer would still be in prison right now.
Thank God he didn't, so we can film this instead.
Yeah, exactly. So during sentencing in my first case, where I get 30 years, I said, I want to represent, and I tell the judge, I'm like, here's evidence that the witnesses were lying on direct examination, which is a big thing. That's a big thing.
Yeah, that's huge. That'll get a whole case thrown out.
And the judge says, well, I've been doing this straw man shit. You know, I copywrote my name. I don't recognize the corporate United States government entity. I was doing that trying to create a pecuniary money problem with the judge to get a different judge, because Judge Lou was a tough judge. Me and him are cool. I wrote him a letter after all this. He wrote me back, and he's fair, but he's tough. He's not fucking around. He's not a let him go. There's a Judge Letts. They call him let him go Letts, right? He's definitely not let him go Letts.
Okay.
Anyway, tough guy. And so I'm doing that. And now I come to him in a regular procedure, and I'm like, hey, I want to talk. I got this evidence. And he's like, okay. And I was like, here's evidence that the government lied on, that the witnesses lied on direct appeal. This is government-generated material. Wiretaps, which they didn't give us as discovery. So you got a Brady violation, you got a Jenks violation, you got a Giglio violation.
Sounds super significant.
Yeah, super significant. And the judge is like, okay. And I'm like, are you saying you're not even gonna look at it? He's like, the record will stand on its own four corners. And I said, Your Honor, this is government-generated bait stamp material. And he looks at me and he says, I find it ironic that you've been in this court before telling me that the rule of law doesn't apply to you. Yet you want me to apply the rule of law to the government today. I said the record will stand on its own four corners. So I know he's not going to look. I also have read enough appeals to know that like 3 little lies that aren't going to rise to the level of material, in meaning it would have gotten a different outcome from the jury, is probably not enough. So I threw a Hail Mary. I go, I got hundreds of these here, Your Honor. I had 3. Right?
And all or nothing at this point.
Yeah, so I'm like, I got hundreds of these here. You're saying it. So I said on the record will stand on its own four corners. And he sentenced me to 30 years that day. Well, fast forward a year, I'm representing myself in the second case now.
Yep.
I filed a double jeopardy appeal, which I lost. They brought in this Judge Aldisert, who literally copied and pasted the government's briefs, errors and all. They said they didn't even get the type of watch right. It was like a Rolex watch, not a Cartier, right? And they called it a Cartier watch. They didn't even, just totally cut and pasted. They brought this ringer from a different circuit sitting by special designation, Judge Aldisert. Yeah, fuck you, Aldisert. But thanks, because I needed to go back to court to be home today. But that was not what you intended, I know. So anyway, he copies and cuts and pastes literally every mistake, right? And they deny me double jeopardy, so I'm back in the second case where I'm representing myself. And so at the same time, these things kind of happen. This evidentiary hearing with John Radkowski, the head of DEA wiretaps, I fucking smashed him. Bill Linehan, smashed him.
Yep.
The judge is asking, for sanctions briefing. And I'm like, yeah. And at the same time, the Ninth Circuit finally comes back on my appeal for the 30 years. And what the argument was, my lawyer was arguing, Chuck was arguing, hey, this material should be in. And the government saying, well, hey, it wasn't in the record. He's got to wait until 2255. Habeas corpus argument. And then my reply, Chuck's reply was, hey, the government's getting a windfall from lying. It's much harder to win on 2255 than direct appeal. Why should my client suffer that, and why should the government get a windfall? And the Ninth Circuit said, well, actually, we're not even going to get to that. We're not going to rule on that because the judge committed clear error when he didn't look at the material and make a finding.
Nice.
Now, if that judge would have looked at that and said, this doesn't mean shit,
you would have been screwed.
Totally screwed, because you know what it is to overturn a judge's finding means not only that they think it's an error, but the second level to overturn a judicial finding is that they have to say no sane, not just them, not just the panel, but no other sane judge would have done the same thing, could have found the same finding.
It's very tough
Yeah, that
against
is-
the court to declare a different judge pretty much insane.
Judicial
Yeah.
finding is a very difficult
Yes,
thing
yes.
to deal with.
It's a firm thing to break.
Yeah, so that worked out. I always tell people, look, you gotta take the steps so that when luck comes, you're prepared to receive it.
Yep.
But to act like there's no luck involved, that would be a fucking lie too.
So, during that appeal process leading up to when you finally, succeeded and actually really kind of got lucky that he never looked through the stuff you presented him, did you finally have some kind of renewed hope, like, wow, I'm really going to get out way sooner?
Oh yeah, I knew, the government offered me 20, 17 and a half, 15 and a half, 15 and a half, no further prosecutions. And I took it, that was no further prosecutions. None of my guys' side of the fence had been busted. This was all Monir Deary, fucking Syrian cocksucker piece of shit rat. I made him a millionaire. I made him a millionaire in cash, right? Muslim dude, but I'm the fucking kike he's talking about in all his wiretaps. His Arab brothers didn't make him no fucking money. I made him a millionaire, but I'm the kike.
Damn.
This fucking piece of shit motherfucker.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
How are you going to talk about the guy who gets you $1 million
Yeah,
like that?
Multiple millions in cash. I'm not talking about cars and
I
watches.
talk very fondly of someone who made me $1 million, let alone multiple and cars and watches.
So this motherfucker, but he's back in. He got himself
Yeah.
another case. He ratted a couple more times.
Karma
on other
comes back
people.
around.
And then he tried to rat on this last dude who was a bigger rat than him. So he ended up back in.
He met the ultimate rat.
Yeah, this fucking piece of shit, man. But that story, you could go into the details of the case fucking for 10 episodes. But so we that happened at the same time, and 15 and a half, no further prosecutions. I took it, but they didn't give it to Tamer. And Tamer, fuck man, his whole life's on the line.
Yep.
He was in Vught, held for a year there in Amsterdam while fighting extradition. They brought him here. He lands. It's, I've got 30. I'm looking at life. He's my co-defendant for CCE on the life case, right? So he's looking at 40 or 50 years, right? If we go to trial. And he was like, bro, do we have a legit chance here? If you're just banging your head into the wall, kind of let me off the train. But, bro, if we got a legit chance, I'm going to fucking ride with you.
Yeah.
Now, this is coming from a dude who's asking me, who has 30 years and nothing to lose, who also doesn't have the last year of legal learning that I have, and none of the things that I've learned, and doesn't possess all the information that I have, just looking in order to risk his life, just looking for my assurance that we actually have a legitimate 1% chance, that it's not just...
That 1% was more than enough to ride on at that point.
And that's literally, so to me, this is a human being that is, he's my brother. I fucking love him. He's family.
That's a real one right there.
Yeah,
That's a real brotherhood.
and we've both been tested, and now I get my deal. They don't want to give it to Tamer, so I call Tamer's attorney, Chesnoff, and Tamer comes out to the rec deck, tells me they're not giving him the deal. I go out and I tell Tamer's attorney, I call on the phone. The phones are numbered. I say, hey, I'm on this phone number, the 4-digit number at this time, so they can look this up if they don't believe what I'm about to tell you. If they don't give Tamer the same deal, I'm not going to plead guilty next week. Well, they took my deal away. So I'd already withdrawn all these motions that I had pending, and I'm moving my case my second case over to the first judge because he's the only one that has jurisdiction because I'm back on appeal there. You couldn't move the first case to the second judge without the appellate court. The appellate court sent it back to the first judge on the first case. So you can only move this one way, and I didn't want to have two different sentencings because if one judge didn't agree or something happened, I didn't want to be fighting an appeal, right? Like one sentencing, one C1C lock deal. If the judge agrees, he gets my plea and gets sentenced to the agreed time. No, nothing up, nothing down, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, so anyway, I have to start refiling all these motions, and 3 weeks later, they finally caved, and they gave Tamer the same deal.
Nice.
Now, what's really interesting about that is when Tamer landed, when the feds brought him, extradited him here, he landed at LAX. They offered him 20. He didn't know what to do. You know, a couple days later, he talked to his family. He wanted to take the 20. And they took it off the table. They said, no, fuck you.
Oh.
Right? So they had a chance to get 20. In the end, after all this fighting, they had to give him 15.
Let's go.
Yeah.
That's a huge win.
Yeah, huge win. And then, you know, these fucking dumb fucks, the dumb fucks that they are, they, you know, that's another podcast, just every mistake that the feds made.
Yep.
They seized $600,000 from Tamer's apartment in one of the condos in one of the seizures. And when they booked it in, one cop wrote 400,000, another cop down the line wrote 200,000. So he had a quorum nobis, which is a very obscure type of filing, right? And they were going to have to give him back that money tax-free plus interest, the cleanest money United States Treasury check. Right? Because they fucked it, and they never actually did the asset forfeiture properly because of that, right? So this Pete Holler, hey Pete, if you're out there, love you, bro. Pete Holler, Canadian, fucking stand-up dude, another fucking stand-up dude, didn't fucking rat, took the 20 on the fucking chin.
What a guy.
Became a fucking really good, really respectable jailhouse lawyer, and for a few $100, had Tamer fucking filed all this paperwork. And you got to remember, Tamer's attorney Chesnoff, this fucking retard, right? Fake attorney. I mean, if somebody wants to cooperate, they should cooperate that Chesnoff and Palazzo faked their way through law school. That'll get them some fucking...
Those bastards.
Yeah, their diplomas must be fake. But Chesnoff is sitting there telling Tamer what a waste of time this is, just like he said about me saying they tampered with a wiretap, which we proved, which is how all this all the evidence came out and we got all this action, right? He says, oh yeah, when they start giving Arabs back their fucking drug money, I'll let you know. So Tamer gets with Pete Holler when we're up at Lompoc, and Holler's like a specialist in this particular thing. And Tamer asked me, and I'm like, dude, fucking sounds good to me. I mean, what Pete showed me and I read about it, I was like, yeah, if this, you know, I mean, I have a very specialized knowledge for what we did. I don't know about quorum nobis and all that.
That's above your pay grade at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you could have learned about it, but here's a dude who's a stand-up dude that we were in MDC with. Now we're in the yard at USB Lompoc with him, and he can get it done, right? Like, so Tamer files it, and fucking 8 years later, he wins, and he comes home a couple years early because they didn't want to cut that check.
Yeah.
Right? So they let him home a couple years early with no fine, no halfway house, no fucking nothing. He was just released.
Just going home.
Yeah, just going home a couple years early. And you know, if it was up to Chesnoff, that would have never happened either.
Fucking Chesnoff.
Yeah, fucking Chesnoff.
So during your time in jail, one of the things you had said earlier that stuck out to me is you talked about how you were smoking weed in jail.
Yeah.
So what's the drug trade like in jail?
So everything runs on it's pretty much drug politics. If there's an interracial shit happening in prison, then there's going to be a lockdown because they don't want riots, right? If there's the same race, this is where you get the kind of rules of like, hey, you know, whites will handle whites, blacks will handle blacks, Mexicans will handle Mexicans. The reason for that is, you know, when they need to be checked, your own group does it to you. The reason for that is so that the yard doesn't get slammed. Because drugs come in a couple different ways. One, they come in from visits. The girl has 3 balloons in her mouth. You have contact visits in the feds, so you're allowed to give a kiss in the beginning and a kiss at the end, right? So you get the kiss at the beginning, you get the balloons in your mouth, you swallow them. The feds are there to help you with that, with the vending machines. So there's food and drinks on the table when you get there, and you get your kiss and you got your balloons in there. And then before the end of the visit, the girl goes to the bathroom, takes them out of her vagina, the 3 more, right? And then, goodbye kiss.
Gives you another smooch. And
and this one's a pussy kiss, right? So you're like,
this one's got a little more flavor.
When you're in prison, all you're doing is walking the track lying about pussy and money.
Yep.
That's what guys do in prison, right? Like, so anybody that gets any kind of contact with actual pussy, even if it's just balloons, that's
a true legend.
That's exciting, right?
Yeah.
So not only do you have dope, but you just got a little bit of pussy. So anyway, and then you come in and depending on how long the visit was, you either let it run through your system, right? And you've got to be sure that you trust your girl to get non-biodegradable balloons, because you don't want that shit opening up when it's going through your system.
Yeah, you're gonna be in
or you're
trouble.
dead,
Yep.
right? So if you're good, you just take a shit and you catch it, 6, 8, 10 hours later, whatever it is. Same thing if they think they caught you, they're gonna dry cell your ass and make you shit, right? And and that's how they find it. Or other guys, they're so good at it, they just have an hour visit. They act like they're girls local, so it's no big deal. They didn't have to fly here, so they're not going to sit outside for 6 hours. They get the first one, the last one, they come in, they drink a cap full of shampoo, throw it up, and boom, they're prison rich.
Damn.
So the other way is dirty cops.
Yep.
And then the third way, there's always ways. They say the thing about prison is there's always ways to do shit, right? They tell you one of the things that prison guards talk about is if you have one convict on a telephone pole with a cigarette and you have another convict on the next telephone pole far away with a match or lighter, they'll figure out a way to get that cigarette lit.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's...
Yeah, you got to be innovative in there. You got to be extra creative.
Yeah, so we had my boy Damon Heath, Buzz, another good stand-up dude. He worked at Terminal Island. This was the best scam I had. He had a gate pass, so he worked outside on the loading dock, right?
Okay.
And then in the afternoons, he would work in the commissary. He was the head dude in the commissary from the inmates, right? So he'd be received. So what we would do, what the prison commissaries did, is let's say there's busted bags of Taster's Choice and Coffee Mate and this and that. The prison commissaries don't just eat that. They send that back to whoever the supplier is, and then you get replacements. So I had a friend of mine just make a box of replacements, Coffee Mate, and send them in. And Buzz he'd know, they'd come, because he told me what the supplier was, whatever. And we used to get FedEx account numbers, UPS account numbers, whatever, and make it look like it's coming from the same place, right? We even made the boxes. You could print Keefe on the outside of the box, right? So, we did the same shit for dope. So it was all the same skills. This stuff would come in, and then we'd literally all go to the commissary and order 2 Coffee Mates. Well, Buzz is now in the commissary in the afternoon. So all our Coffee Mates were the ones that were loaded with weed and cell phones and fucking whatever else,
all the loot.
Oh, the big one was everybody wanted these wife beater slingshots. Like, it's so funny. There's stuff that's worth so much more money, but I was actually happy with that because the stuff we brought in, I didn't want sold. Like the weed, we kept it all. And later when I'd be on different yards, right, if somebody got a pound of weed, like in Arizona, they got a pound of weed at Safford. This Paisa dude got it from medical. One of the nurses working in medical. A whole fucking pound of weed.
I can't imagine smuggling a pound into jail. Like, how do you...
They can't search them. Back then, I don't know if the rules have changed now, but their unions they couldn't search them. The cops coming in, right? And now since they made cigarettes illegal, they can make huge money on cigarettes without risking a case. So, I mean, remember, everything is dated now.
Yeah.
I was in from 2000 to 2012, and I'm talking about the feds, not the state.
Yeah, so
right?
Totally different ballgame.
Yeah, well, some of it's the same, some of it's different, but, just to be clear, so people understand my frame of reference, because I don't know everything. I only know what I know.
100%.
I don't even know what I don't know, but I do know a few things I do know. So anyway, I bought the whole pound, because I didn't want it sold on the yard. Because if it gets sold on the yard, then fucking everybody's smoking, and guess what? There's going to be
You're all fucked.
piss tests everywhere.
You're
This
all
way, I bought the pound, right? And we kept it amongst ourselves. You know, my boy Mikey, fucking great guy. He controlled it so where we didn't end up with a bunch of piss tests, and you could smoke legally, basically. You know, you could smoke and not worry about, you know, fucking, oh, I got to keep a jug of water next to me at all times, right? Because you can beat the piss test if you know that it's coming, or you suspect that it's coming. You drink 2 of those big jugs of water, and you get 1 or 2 pisses off until it's clear, and then there's not enough CBD or cannabis THC in a clear piss for it to have enough weight to test dirty.
Yep.
Right. So
yeah, you just got to dilute your pee enough.
Yeah, so that's funny. In MDC, right, this was the craziest, one of the craziest things I saw. In MDC, when you're fighting your case, they call you for piss test, right? A bunch, 10, 20 guys will end up down in the visiting room. Okay. And so everybody, you know, and most of these guys are dirty because MDC's even more condensed by floor than prison yards where you have units and you got the whole yard, right? So most of these dudes are dirty because it's rats, and we're all down there, right? And we've all fucking... You heard your name called, so immediately you threw your jacket over your door. The cop's coming. You're like, hey, I'm taking a shit. I'll be right out. You're not taking a shit, dude. You're pissing and you're fucking drinking water like crazy. But you don't have time to piss again, so you got to go down to the visiting room, right? So you're all down there in the visiting room. One day there's this dude, Shitty Mike, talking about, oh, man, it's crazy, man. I heard motherfuckers are down here pissing on the floor, and then fucking, you know, da-da-da, this is the visiting room, this and that. And there's like 5 of us, literally, while he's saying this, pissing on the floor. So that when and then you tell the cop, you know, fucking after you got a couple pisses off on the floor, you tell the cop, hey, I'm fucking, you know, I'm ready. You go, you give him a clear one, and you're passed. Well, then you come back down to the visiting room, right? And, you know, if I knew somebody who was sitting in that area where they put you for piss test, I'd tell him, I'd be like, bro, don't let your kid be crawling around on the ground over there. You know, move, right? So most of the people who knew what was up knew not to sit in that section that they put you there. Don't
sit in the pee corner.
Yeah, and then every now and then, right, but you know who they don't tell is the fucking rats. So you see the rats over there more often than not in that corner.
That's part of their karma.
And so the guys like are all kind of looking at each other across the room, kind of, yeah, smile. We're not going to tell them nothing. There's a normal guy. Somebody's going to make their way to tell them. You know, you don't want somebody's kid, even if they vacuum and clean. You don't want somebody's kid crawling around. Well, that's a fucking informant or a child molester.
That's a line, you know?
Yeah, child molester. And the cops got it too, right? Because they'd put the PC dudes, the child molesters, and the rats in that area more often than not, right? Especially the fucking diaper snipers.
Oh, yeah.
These fucking pieces of shit, man.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in the system would respect that.
No, but there's so many of them, bro. Because,
really?
Yeah, there's so many of them because of the internet, you know. And like my last year I was in Coleman doing the drug program. It was a low security joint. And man, the majority of the fucking dudes in there were fucking diaper snipers.
Really?
And, you know, I actually talked to one who was actually a decent dude. And the reason why he was a decent dude is he'd undergone chemical castration voluntarily.
Okay.
And so I asked him, I'm curious. Like I said,
I would be intrigued as well.
Yeah. And so I said, dude, what's up? And he said, bro, I'm going to tell you what it is, man. And I'm like, what is it? He's like, bro, imagine they let you out and tell you can have sex with anybody you want, but not a woman. No females. Mm-hmm. You're attracted to females.
Yeah, that's a tough situation. What do you do?
What do you do? He's like, well, I know that. Listen, I was just born that way. I'm attracted to kids. Mm-hmm. I know it's wrong. I'm doing my time. I understand the damage it did to them now, and I don't ever want to do that again. So I just took that off the table because that's really what it is.
That's the respectable thing to do when you're in that situation.
Yeah. Now, dude, listen. I mean, fuck. He what he did to his niece.
Yes.
You can never forgive him for.
That's not.
And if somebody killed him, I'd totally fucking be on their side about it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But at the same time, to not be able to respect the level of self-awareness that this dude had, to voluntarily chemically castrate himself, and call these other dudes out for not doing it.
Yeah.
By telling them, look, man, you can be good 99 out of 100 times. You can have amazing self-control, but you're not going to be good 100 out of 100 times. The same way, no woman who's heterosexual is not going to ever have sex with a man again. And no man who's heterosexual is never going to not have sex with a woman again. And even that society does not accept this diaper sniper shit, the biological drive is the same.
Yeah.
So you have to recognize that and clip it. And this dude did. And he used to go in these fucking meetings with these other ones and fucking tear their asses up for not doing it.
Good for him.
So I gotta say, I respected that, and
Yeah.
I didn't eat with him. I didn't sit down at the table and eat with him, but I did walk the track with him a couple times, talking about this very subject. And and you know, I respect that level of awareness. And you know, if people figure out who this is, and it was your daughter or this is your family, by no means am I taking his side.
Oh, yeah.
By no means am I saying he should be forgiven. By no means am I trying to downgrade the damage that he did to your family. If you happen to be listening, I'm 100% on your side. I'm just recognizing that this dude, unlike the rest of them who are going to get out,
Took some initiative.
because he's being honest about what it is. And we as a public need to understand that if you're going to put these people back out there, that's what you're telling them.
Yep.
You're counting on them the same way you can have sex with anybody you want as long as it's not what you're attracted to. That is just not realistic.
It's not going to work. Yep.
Especially when when people 99 out of 100 times you turn down a Snickers bar, that's pretty good. And you eat one, no problem. All right, man, good control of your diet.
Yep.
But that one fuck up with a kid is not acceptable.
Yep.
99% is not good enough.
Yes,
it's
you
not
need 100%.
fucking good enough. It's got to be 100%.
Yep.
It's got to be 100%. So we got to recognize that as a society if we're going to put these people back out there. And now these motherfucking diaper snipers have a flag. Minor attracted adults. What the fuck is going on?
That. Yeah, that's completely mental to me. I think, you know, most other people in that situation, if you're arrested, you're already a convicted sex offender. It's like, well, they wouldn't see the incentive in chemically castrating themselves. They'd be like, well, who cares? I'm already a sex offender. It's not going to change that, you know. So who gives?
But you're getting out.
Yeah.
What about you know, when you?
Well, I think those people, the 9 out of 10, you know, unlike who you're telling me about, would just think to themselves, well, I'm gonna just get out. I'm gonna just keep doing what I'm doing because I'm already convicted.
Oh,
you know? So,
and that's the other thing I was going to tell you. When you're walking the track with your friends, and they're walking the track also, right? And I'm going home in less than a year. That's the only reason why they'd put a dude like me on a yard like that, right? Like, they want you to kind of fuck up, right?
they're trying to bait you.
Yeah, especially, you know, because I had an incident with one of them in the fucking shoe at Lompoc. One of them got stabbed. I was an orderly, and they said that I was the one that passed the knife to the fucking, allegedly the dude that did it, but, you know, I don't know anything about it. But the dude did get stabbed.
Yep. He got stabbed.
In the cage, in the shoe, and I thought that was great, and I'm happy to hear it. You know, but you're gonna let these people back out without recognizing that is a huge problem.
100%.
Huge problem, and we can't. That's just not something that's acceptable, because when you overpower someone who has no choice, like a child, it's not just the physical thing that you're doing to them. It's the mental thing that you're doing to them.
Yes. That stays with them forever.
Forever.
Completely ruins their life.
You know, and usually if the kids are young enough, it ruins them physically also, which is just as bad. But when you have all your power taken away, and you're helpless, that's a motherfucker.
That's a feeling that you don't forget.
Yeah, it's even contemplating it like gives me that thing in my stomach about it.
Wow,
it's like,
that doesn't feel good. Yeah,
and we don't realize this, but half the countries in the world, that's not diaper sniping's not illegal.
Yeah, it's not a crime.
Yeah,
it's mentally insane, and you know, it seems like to me naturally, it's like, wow, maybe all sex offenders should just legally be required to be chemically castrated. But also, realistically, I don't think that's something that's coming anytime soon, sadly. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe it should, but...
But it's something we have to, how do we not recognize it when we all recognize our own sex drives?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a tough conversation.
Why do we ignore that? Why do we continually ignore that? And I think part of it goes to, as society, where we like pretty lies more than hard truths. You know, fucking Keir Starmer's like, what is he, in the UK is talking about herdy words. What the fuck is herdy words?
Yeah,
What? If it's true, it's true. If it's not true, it's a fucking lie. I mean,
it's either truth or lies.
yeah,
that's all there is.
That's it. Or an interpretation that's open for discussion.
Yep.
That's it. So these guys are walking the track. These guys are walking the track, and I just want people to understand why I take this so seriously. These guys are walking the track, not talking about getting chemically castrated, not talking about, you know, what business they're going to open, but talking about how to use a VPN so they don't get caught next time.
That's got to make your blood boil. They were clearly putting you in a situation where it was probably so tempting every day to just like, wow, I want to fuck this guy up.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
It's fucking horrible, bro.
Yeah.
And you're surrounded by these dudes for 10 months while you're in the drug program. And in a yard like that, you're lucky to find 2 or 3 dudes like yourself
who
who
are just there
stepped
for
down from a medium, you know, or medium high, or were in the pen before, and you know, they're just there for the drug program to get the year off and go home a year early, right?
Yeah.
Which is what I was there for, but. That yard is, you know, 95% rats, 95% of them are child molesters, and, you know, 5% of good guys. It's
So on that yard, the lower security yard where they had those child molesters, was there still a drug trade going on there too?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's still.
Was there kind of a similar like race politics situation, or did it change in that kind of unit?
No. Well, first on the East Coast, the race politics is less. First. In low security joints, race politics is always less. Second, on the East Coast, it's a little bit less than on the West Coast.
Yep.
In the pen, it doesn't matter, right? It's all race all the fucking time. But you know, in a low security, it's that type of stuff ain't happening because one, the cops can be more present. What do I mean by that? They can be assholes. They can be invasive. They can do their jobs. Plus extras because everybody's got a date.
Yep.
Right? Like me, I'm a year away from going home. What I was prepared to do at that time is not the same thing that I was prepared to do 10 years before when I was walking the line at the pen, right? Like, just, it's a different, at least for me.
You got some hope now.
Yeah, at least for me, you got light at the end of the tunnel. But, you know, the cops in the pen, they're respectful. They say pardon me and excuse me also. My parents even noticed it. My parents said the cops were so much nicer at Victorville 1, at USP Lompoc, at Oakdale, Louisiana, than they were in Lompoc Low, in Safford Low, in, Coleman, because they're just assholes.
Yeah.
And my family commented on it. Now, in the pen or a high medium or a rockin' medium high, the cops are cool because if your parents come in and tell you this dude was an asshole to me, that dude doesn't want to look over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Now, they also get respect back. They get the same respect that they give. And the cops have their own pecking order. USP cops don't like FCI cops. They think FCI cops make fucking headaches. They don't want them on their team at the USP. And it's not that USP cops are punks. They're not punks. They're not pussies. But the ones in the FCI are. You know, listen, the air marshals, not punks. They're about their business. You know, I even saw we were coming through Oklahoma, you know, when you're getting transferred on Con Air, which I got transferred a few times over my time. You're on Con Air, but they take you. It's not like the movie where they fly you right to your spot. First, you go to a hub, which was in Oklahoma. It's actually, if you go to Oklahoma City Airport and you look out at the end of the tarmac, that's where the prison is.
Interesting.
You like the public airport at the end of that tarmac is where the prison
Yep.
is. So they fly you in there, and then they disperse you by bus or plane from there, right? So you're not going in one day to your new spot. So you're going to the hub. So while we're on the plane, this dude's fucking talking shit and spitting and fucking going crazy and, you know, elbowing people like this, you know. You got the black box when you're on the plane, most of us, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, and it's tied to your waist chain, so you're like this, right? But you can still give
Wiggle
somebody,
around if
yeah,
it's
you can
around.
be a headache still, right? So anyway, a fucking cop tells him, hey, shut the fuck up. The dude spits in his fucking, I'll fucking beat your ass, spits on him. Anyway, they gag him and bag him. Just like in the movie. They put the
Nice.
fucking gag, they put a
They got
fucking
the bag over
thing in
head
his
and
mouth
stuff.
and
Yep.
fucking put the bag over his fucking head.
Okay.
And anyway, we get in, and when you get in, you get off, the plane pulls right up to the prison, and you
Yep.
get off the same kind of jetway, but you're walking into a prison instead of an airport, right?
That's crazy.
Yeah, so you're walking in, and they put you, you know, typical feds or prison, you're going to process for hours now. Everything is fucking hurry up and wait.
Yep.
So you're in these tanks. First they uncuff you, then they put you in these big tanks, right? And then there's some tanks on the other side that you can see through the glass on the other side of the hallway. And they all have big glass windows because as cops are finding people, it makes it easier. And so you have the girls sometimes on the other side, much smaller population. You have keepaways, separatees, who they have to keep away from general population.
chomos and
yeah,
everything,
for whatever.
yeah.
Some of the chomos might slip into Gen Pop there because nobody knows, right? But if it's
Yep.
somebody known
ones
or
that
a
have
main
been
rat
outed, they're in
or
trouble.
somebody on the plane knows it was on the case, so there's reasons to keep people separated, and then there's different levels of keepaways, right?
Yep.
Like, so they have smaller tanks on the other side, and fucking, so they unchain all of us, and they bring the dude, and they put him in the other tank. So at first, everybody thinks he's a fucking rat or something, you know, talking shit, whatever, which is common. A lot of loudmouths are actually rats. So anyway, the cop comes from the plane, the air marshal. Like now we're in a BOP facility. The air marshal comes in. He fucking takes off his fucking belt, his radio, his handcuffs, fucking walkie-talkie, everything, and goes into the fucking tank with the dude who's uncuffed by himself. Now a couple other cops come and watch. And he says, bro, let's go. You wanted one? Here's one. Let's go. Dude didn't want none now. Cop beat the shit out of him anyway.
Oh my God. That's
Yeah,
hardcore.
the marshals are fucking, the air marshals. Listen, again, dated, right?
Yeah.
I haven't, last time I was on the plane was 2010.
Maybe they're a little softer
This
now.
happened around 2008.
Yep.
You know, who knows? But things changed. Look, when I first got in, if a child molester was coming on the unit, the cops would tell you and give you the paperwork. And it wasn't, and there wasn't like at MDC, it wasn't like a thing where it was a racial thing. It was just an honor whoever got that person first.
Yep.
That they shouldn't even make it to their bunk,
Yep.
let alone, you know, make it the night, right? And if, you know, somehow you got busted for putting a hole in one of them, they'd take you to the shoe, and then your lieutenant who was on duty would tell you where in the write-up they'd made a mistake on purpose, so how to technically get the case thrown out.
Nice.
Right,
But
but
they're
then-
still on your side at the end of the day.
But then that changed over the course of time, right? That changed over the course of time because they started bringing so many of them in, right? And that changed where they gave them status. And now, if you beat the shit out of one for being a diaper sniper, it's the same as beating somebody up for being black, white, Mexican, Jewish, Hindu. It's a hate crime. They give you 5 more years.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and the other thing is like, if me and you can't get a Playboy in federal prison, right? But they can get a Gap Kids catalog or a Baby Guest catalog.
I never even. That's insane, actually.
Now, if you fuck with them about that, you're gonna get a case for interfering
You're
with the mail.
committing a hate crime as well.
You're interfering with the mail.
Yep. That's a federal crime.
Yeah, so when people ask me, when I came home, people used to ask me all the time about Orange is the New Black. I was like, look, I was never in a fucking women's prison, so I can't tell you. But as far as the bureaucracy retardedness that they show in that show, that they got 100% correct.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. 100%.
Wow, that's crazy. I never even thought about the fact that it would be a hate crime to assault those people, and then the interfering with.
They gave them status.
That's crazy.
We can't get a Playboy, but they can get a Baby Gap catalog, Baby Guest catalog.
God, that's fucked up. That makes me angry. Like,
Yeah.
that pisses me off hearing about that. It's like,
And the
fact
other
that-
fucked up thing they do is if they have discovery and they have an appeal, well, their discovery is all those child porn pictures.
oh my God.
So they're passing them around.
So they can just
They're still
legally-
getting
they can
off on their
legally
kiddie porn.
acquire this stuff
Yeah.
and be like, well, I'm just using this for my case.
Yeah.
Look, it's documented evidence. So now they just have it and
Yeah,
they can just utilize
because there's
it.
always some fucker who's smarter, right? And says, no, I'm going to represent myself, so I need my discovery. Because if you have a lawyer, they'll say, you
Only your attorney needs it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But there's always some fucking chomo
You can always
fucker,
be
and he
your own
goes around to
attorney.
the other fucking. And this, I saw this in the Low in Coleman. They go around to the other fucking diaper snipers and fucking rent it for candy bars the same way dudes who smuggle, fucking butt mans
That's
in,
so
rent
crazy.
those out for an hour, right? They're fucking these scum of the earth.
So they're just able to continue just being predators in jail and
Yeah.
still.
Just keep themselves warmed up.
That's crazy, and that's the biggest injustice to the victims too. The fact that like even after there's these chomos are supposedly brought to justice, they still are able to continue what they're doing behind bars. Like,
Yeah,
that's-
and think about that. The people that they violated
Yeah.
are continuing to be violated on the government's
they're being
dime.
violated, and now our taxes are paying for it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's fucking insane.
They should just
Insane.
execute them.
Yeah,
They should just fucking execute
100%. Listen, I think if it was me, I would say that every mother and father of any molested child gets to pass sentence.
I'm
To
generally,
me, that would be justice.
I'm generally pretty like forgiving of crimes. I would say I'm the kind of guy where I advocate for less people in prison. I mean, we literally just drove to Vegas and bailed random people out of jail the other day. So
how was that?
it was great actually. We got a was it Juan or Jesus?
Juan Lopez.
Juan Lopez. He's got court this upcoming Tuesday. He was in for trespassing. We bailed him out for $1,000. Shout out to Mr. Lopez. But yeah, typically I'm the kind of guy where I'm like, I don't think people should really be in jail. But for those kind of crimes, execute them. Firing squad. I don't care what it is, dude. Get it done today.
Yeah,
Like,
we've decided as a society that that's not acceptable.
Yeah, and that's messed up to me. Because it's like, if you put that up to a vote, I'm sure it would probably pass, right? Like if you just said to America, like, all right, what if we just let people vote on this, a popular vote, dude? It's gonna slam yes. Everyone's voting yes on that shit.
Yeah.
So like, who's in power that's preventing that? That's who.
Well, there was a Feeney amendment, and it turns out this fucking Feeney dude was a chomo also, banging his 12-year-old
Yes.
page.
It's crazy, There's
I mean,
a lot of undercover predators out there.
I think they've always been there. It's not that the internet exploded it, but now they're more visible because they're able to find like-minded people easier. And we as a society don't realize that. We don't realize that they're using these social media communications, Substacks, Reddits, all these
They have
different
forums
things
for themselves and shit.
They have they have enough balls to make a flag.
Yeah.
They
They're like,
have
fuck it, we're
they
putting
have a
up-
lobbying group.
As if there's some sort of protected group or something that needs to represent
Minor
themselves.
attracted adults. Yeah,
Oh my
I mean,
God.
it's a much bigger problem than most people realize, and unfortunately, most people don't realize it until it happens to them. But I saw it fucking up close, man. Especially that last year at Coleman. These people are fucked.
Yeah, I mean, how do you even like? I just don't see a different way to deal with it. Like, you can't really medicate that away, or like give them therapy. Like that doesn't change.
Chemical
Castration.
Yeah.
That's it, dude. That's fucking nuts. Wow. Let's change the subject before I get more pissed off.
Yeah.
'Cause now
It's good.
I'm
We did
all
our
riled up.
we did our public service announcement. We brought awareness.
We did. We brought some awareness. Now I'm all riled up. I'd imagine probably a lot of people watching are also going to look some stuff up after this and get more riled up. So have fun doing that, everybody. So you spent your last year in jail around some really unsavory people. You finally had gotten released, and you got out in what year? You said 2012?
I got out in 2012. Yeah.
2012.
I was in halfway house and home confinement for a year, so I was actually in custody for 13. But if there's no fence, no wall, I ain't counting. I did 12.
Yep.
Once you come home and you got halfway house, once you got pussy and Postmates, you can't say you're in prison anymore.
Yeah, that's all you need for freedom.
Yeah.
So What was it like, that transition after being in prison for so long to finally reintegrating into society? Was that difficult for you?
No, when you're in prison, I've fortunately read a lot. I was able to get books and magazines, on a daily basis. So you see, and you're watching TV, so you see kind of what's happening. What surprised me was two things. One, the weed was legal in California when I came home, and I'd smelled it on the street.
You came home right at the Prop 215 days.
Everywhere.
Yep.
I mean, it was overwhelming, right? Like, I'm worried that I'm in the halfway house, so I'm worried I'm going to get the smell on me, and it's going to be a problem. It was everywhere. Not that I minded. It was just like, wow, that was different, and that's not something you read about or see in TV. You hear about 215, but you don't read about that effect of it. And the other thing is the first time I was out, with some friends of mine. After I got off, this was the biggest shock. After I got off home confinement and I was done, I was just on parole and I was out. I went out to a nightclub with a couple friends of mine, and I'm at the bar. I've never been really a dancer dude, either table or bar or whatever. I'm at the bar having a couple drinks, a couple beers, nothing crazy. Talking to a couple girls, having a great time, feely, touchy, this, that, the other thing. Everything's great, normal, like no problem. Fine, drink here and there, nothing crazy, right? Anyway, they're like, "Oh, what are you doing after?" I'm like, "Oh, I was just happy to be in the mix again, right?" It was like
living life.
Yeah, you smell the difference between the shampoo and the body wash and the clothing and like all the things that girls do. I never really noticed before, but after you're separated from that for a while, you notice the difference in the smells.
All the little things.
I noticed the fingernails. I noticed, the body lotion smell versus the hair shampoo smell and the makeup smell. I could tell all the differences of all these things, and you realize, like,
you spent 12 years yearning for some pussy.
Yeah.
You're finally like, damn.
So you get So we get outside and they're like, yeah, we're gonna come with you. Da, da, da. I was like, okay, great, cool. And just before the Uber gets there, they're like, well, you got to take care of us. And I was like, I didn't know. I thought they wanted like some drugs or something. Like, I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't, get you any drugs or anything. They're like, no, cash. That'll be fine. And like just out in the open. Totally.
Just bald-faced prostitution.
Yeah. And I was like, wow, and, I was in pretty good shape. I didn't think, I was 10 years younger than I am, 11, 12 years younger than I am now. Ripped, fucking never been told I was ugly. I'm not the prettiest dude in the world, but I wasn't expecting that, right? Yeah. Like, and they certainly weren't the kind of, if I was paying, they certainly weren't the girls I was going to pay for it.
Yeah.
And that it was just out there like that was surprising.
That really took you back. You were like, shit.
Yeah, I was like, oh, well, I gave them each $100 and I said, listen, sorry for taking your time, but that's not me. Bye-bye. Right? Like, just didn't want any problems, like, whatever, but that was that. And like I said, I was like, hey, told my friends, let's go to Playboy. I wanted to go to Playboy again now. I'm like, dude, Playboy is not cool anymore. You can buy tickets to go there. I was like, what? You can buy a ticket to go to Playboy?
It's just a public affair now.
Yeah. Like, that type of stuff was the stuff that was surprising to me. That, you're in 1999 or 2000 before I got busted. If somebody told you that you could buy a ticket for Playboy, you'd be like, dude, you're a fucking liar, you're a scammer, you're just doing a fraud. Like, that's not something that's ever gonna happen.
Yeah, that's not real.
Yeah. that's not happening. And then the other thing I noticed was clubs. Like, yeah, we had money in the late 90s, but I grew up in LA and I was in clubs even in the early 90s. Sometimes I had to sneak in when I was younger, right? But having money wasn't enough to get in. Like, now they were taking credit cards and charging you $2,500 on the card before you even walk into the club.
Yeah, just a hold.
Like, that was fucking crazy. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. How did people allow this?
$2,500 used to be more than you even spend the whole night at the club.
Yeah.
And now that's just the down payment to walk in the door.
Before, like, they don't even trust you for it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're charging your card. So the whole personalization thing is gone, right? So that, and then when you get in, you got these pros, girls and gay guys. You know, depending whatever your flavor is, they're gonna send whoever to your table to drink up your shit and offer everybody walking by drinks, and they train the waitresses to do that shit too, right? And it's you know, there's a bunch of waitresses take those pills that they can't get drunk and then drink at your table all night. Now I knew some of them, and they told me, like, I was like, wow. So that turned into a big hustle, which is, and those kinds of things were surprising because I never thought that was going to be the case.
Yeah, the club game got all fucked up, and now it's all just like predatory. You know, it's not about having fun anymore.
Yeah,
it's just very different. They're just trying to extract every dollar out of you instead of like, oh, let them have a good time. They'll pay us probably.
Well, it came full circle because now you have a better chance getting laid at a strip club than you do a regular club.
Yeah. That's
Whereas
not how it's supposed to be.
Back in the day, it was. I don't care what motherfuckers were talking. There ain't no fucking shit happening in the champagne room except you losing your money for most dudes.
100%.
Right? You know, and even the few strippers I dated, that was a tiny percentage out of all the time I'd been at strip clubs.
Yeah.
Keeping it real, right? Like that was just not.
99% of the time, you're going home with blue balls.
Yes. But now it's come full circle where you got a better shot at a strip club. Than you do at a regular club. Not that any one of them's a high, you know, unless you're a fucking Andrew Tate type dude, you know, big following, big money, them type of guys. Your chances of meeting a chick for a club that's Instagram hot, let's say a real 8 in real life and a 9 on Instagram, in a strip club or a nightclub and banging her the first night, that's not a high percentage return no matter who you are. Now, I was the king of ecstasy in LA and did a little better than most, but it still wasn't every other night or anything.
Yeah.
It was not like that, you know? It's just fucking, what do you got to do? Tell people, like, you know, now you have social media, I guess, so people could do that. That was another funny thing when I came home, the social media, how I knew it existed, but how all-encompassing it was.
Completely changed the world. I mean, you came out in 2012, which was like, sounds like around the peak of Facebook popularity.
Yeah, Facebook, huge. Instagram was getting big.
Instagram was just blown up,
Wikipedia was big, getting big.
I think even Twitter had just launched around then.
Yeah, so I was out at the table with a friend of mine invited me to dinner at his restaurant. There were a bunch of hot girls, and you know, they were nice, but they weren't. You can tell when a girl's matching your body language, when she's touching you or you're touching her, like even if it's just a graze of the hand or whatever, women will let you know. I tell men this all the time. Women will let you know if they want you to advance.
100%.
Right? Like, you don't need to be a fucking creep or a stalker, dude. They will let you know. Just pay attention.
You don't have to ask.
Be perceptive, right? And they'll let you know, right? So anyway, cool, but benign. Certainly not. Anyway, they go to the bathroom, they come back, and everything changes. You know, one's sitting on one side, one's sitting on the other side, this, that, touching, everything. Like, so I tell my friend, I'm like, dude, what the fuck happened? They just go fucking do some drugs or something? And he's like, no, bro. And I was like, well, what happened? What the fuck happened in the bathroom? He's like, they Googled you and found your Wikipedia. And I was like, what the fuck is Wikipedia? And he's like, oh, it's this thing, like, about shit in the world that people make about people or incidents or whatever, and it's users. All the users make this. It's a collaboration of the earth into information. Is how he explained it, right? I didn't even know what the fuck it was. But so that was pretty funny.
Just found out you had an article about you that night.
Yeah, I didn't know. It's like they found your Wikipedia and they think you have a ton of money. And
bad news for them.
Yeah, so I think that kind of, you know, I got lucky. I have a great wife, and you know, she's amazing. But I think that type of thing changed, where the stuff that used to be not spoken wasn't just spoken, but it was put out clear in front, right?
Broad daylight for
broad
everybody.
Daylight, right? And so that took a little getting used to. Not that there isn't normal, you know, interactions between men and women and normal dating and normal one night stands but the pay for sex on the front side really exploded.
Really.
A
lot of these girls are escorts now. Sex work is popular right now.
Well, even if they think they're not, they are, right?
Yes.
Like I used to, in my age, it was the models, right? Like it was, oh, I'm a model, and I used to tell them, I'd be like, you're a model, yeah, and I'm like, okay, so somebody pays for your pictures, you're a model, or some photographer invited you to his house to take pictures to try to bang you, you're a model, because the second one, you're not a model.
Yep.
The first one, if you're getting paid for your pictures, you're a model.
Yeah.
So same kind of thing now with this sex work. And listen, some girls are fine with it. I got no problem.
Oh, good for them,
Yeah.
bro. More power to them, dude.
They're empowered to do it. They can get away with it. The market's been created. They have found what they consider to be their self-worth, and they can live with it. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's awesome. Go for it.
Great, good for them. The OnlyFans chicks are empowered now.
Chicks are rich, dude.
And if they want to, and now if they want to fall in love with the pool boy who has no money, they can, and good for them. Great. I'm not talking shit about it at all. I'm just saying that part of it took a little getting used to, and there's still the part where there's a lot of them who are whores that think they're not.
Yep.
Right. That's a little bit different.
It's just a big culture change.
Cognitive dissonance is served humanity from the beginning. Without it, we wouldn't have beat the Neanderthals.
Yep. So when you got released, I'd imagine it was kind of tough figuring out what to really do with your time after building this career in trafficking drugs, because obviously you can't just get out and keep doing that. You're screwed. They're watching you probably. So what was your day-to-day? Like, what did you do for a living?
Oh, I kept the same routine. Well, the halfway house in home confinement actually did serve me well.
Nice.
For exactly that reason. Because I wasn't totally free yet.
Yep.
I could get thrown back in for a violation without going to court. So because you're still in custody, technically. It's community-based custody. So you're still in custody. They're just moving you to another prison. And so I kept the same routine I had in the joint. I'd work out in the morning, work out in the afternoon, have my lunch, and I really kind of went slow. And then I had, a couple friends of mine who gave me jobs, and I was able to. Look, when I was in the halfway house, I was able to go to Coachella because my employer was performing.
Nice.
I'm the godfather of his kids.
Nice.
Right? So nobody in the halfway house has ever got to go to Coachella.
Yeah, that's not something they're approving.
Yeah, so I got to do that. And then, same thing. I got to go to London because he was performing actually at MBS's birthday party in 2013 before he was the crown prince.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, so that was at the Mandarin Hotel and in London. And so I got to do that because, I worked for him, and my other friend had a restaurant. And I got to be there every night. So during the days, I was at one of my friends' houses, watching the kids or doing whatever, working out, sitting by the pool. And at night, I was at my other friend's restaurant doing public relations, but basically just having dinner, and people could come meet me there. I could talk, whatever. So things took slowly. I was able to progress so that by the time I was off home confinement and out of custody and started parole, it actually did work out being a good step down for me.
Nice. So you kind of had a real slow kind of re-entry into just normal life. Do you think if you didn't go to that halfway house and you were just released, thrown straight back out there, would you have maybe gotten in trouble again?
I don't know if I would have gotten in trouble again. I think that prison worked for me in the sense that it scared me straight.
Yep.
Right? I
Never
realized I'd been broke on the street and rich and in prison. I'd been both those things. And I realized that broke on the street is better than rich and in prison.
100%.
And it's kind of one of the messages I try to give to kids when I talk to them. I'm like, listen, first of all, I wasn't in a gang, so there was no pyramid for me. I got to the top. You're in a gang, so you ain't getting to the top. There's only so much space, right? And it wasn't, it wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it.
Yeah. I mean, that's also an interesting point you bring up about the whole hierarchy and how, a lot of the other people that might look at your story and look up to it and be like, I could do that, don't realize how, 1 in a million that is, I think getting to the point that you did without being in a gang is something that, 99%, you're going to get killed trying to do that.
Well,
You know?
but I recognize that. So
Yeah.
what I did is I made sure that people made more money with me than anybody else. See, commerce is the tie that binds, right? I give this example to people all the time. Do they think that Muslims and Jews who were selling dope, weapons, illicit activities before October 7th of last year and Gaza popped up, do you think they stopped?
No,
No.
not at all.
Now, in order to commit crime, besides making money, which is commerce is a tie that binds, there's a certain amount of coordination and trust that has to happen between those Muslims and Jews that are still doing this, which means that's actually possible amongst these two groups, right? So commerce is always the tie that binds.
Commerce is king.
Well, because once there's commerce, coordination and trust come based on performance. Talk is cheap. Trust comes from performance. You know, people who trust based on words get ripped off.
You have to prove yourself to earn that trust. You don't just get trust.
Yeah. So, and I recognize, like, hey, people are going to make more money with me. That's how I'm going to protect myself. They're going to rat on me last. They're going to protect me more. And that's exactly what happened. I was protected because people made more money with me. As long as I protected my connects and wasn't stupid and didn't let anybody else find out who they were and kept them separate, then everywhere along the way, there was more money on the table with me than there was with anybody else. And even the night before I got arrested, I could go out to dinner with my fiance alone. I never had a security team. Never. Did I know muscle that I could rent? Sure. Did I have some tough friends?
You only
Absolutely.
really need that if you've got people that have a reason to want to fuck with you. You know.
Well, there's some haters out there, but I give people example. Me and my friend Shannon and Mikhail, we were in Palm Springs one night. In Vegas one night, and we were playing craps. And some dudes at the other end, I was fucked up, Tamer's fucked up. Some dudes at the other end of the table were eyeballing us to, like, try to get us, $100,000 watches, all the shit we had back then. And Shannon and Mikhail saw that. They're black.
Yeah.
The dudes who were eyeballing us were black. We weren't even paying attention. It wasn't something that I paid attention to. We were playing craps. We got girls drinking, having fun.
Drinks.
And Shannon and Mikhail went to him and said, "Look, dude, that ain't going to go the way you think it's going to go." And I didn't even know it happened, but that kind of thing occurred throughout my career. I know a lot of people like to act like they're a super tough guy.
Yeah.
I've lost more fights than I've won. I have a big mouth. I don't back down, but I'm not the toughest guy in the world. There's guys that are smarter than me, who've done more than me, but it is what it is. I recognize that there were certain things along the way that, where I got lucky, and other things along the way where I consciously was aware of the fact that I wasn't up to the gang challenge. So I had to provide value somewhere else.
You had to move smarter.
Yeah, and so I provided value by people on both sides. The Mexicans here, I didn't grind them to pay $11,000 a kilo when I was buying quantity. I said, I'm going to keep paying you 15. Just bring me the good ones. Yep. And the dudes, the black dudes, the Arab dudes, the Jewish dudes, the English dudes, everybody else I was dealing with, whether they were buying or selling, their profit margin was bigger with me.
Yep.
And that was fine because I understood the wholesale economics. I needed volume.
Yep.
So everybody else is going to make more per pill and more per gram than me. But I'm going to sell more pills and grams than everybody else.
And you're going to win in the end anyway.
Yeah. So that was, and I understood that, and I never tried to be, we'd laugh when people treated us like super gangsters. People would come to us to solve problems like it was a fucking scene out of The Godfather. And me and my friends would laugh because the legend was always bigger than the reality and the shit that gets in people's heads. But it was actually pretty simple. If people make more money than you, with you, then they're going to protect you.
Yep.
And this is why I always tell people, commerce is the tie that binds. If people are making money together, then anything else is possible.
Yep. 100%. So, another thing that came up while I was kind of doing my research for this episode, after I got done reading the crazy amount of court documents you sent over, I hopped on YouTube and I just typed in your name. And of course, I saw a couple interviews, but I saw a whole situation that went down in Thailand where you were on the news for this PPE situation that went down there a few years ago at like the peak of COVID. And it seems like this was huge news over there. Like you literally went on a local news network and did an interview about this situation. And there's not only that, there's a video of the Thai SWAT team raiding your apartment. And we were talking earlier about the shirt you had put on during that. We'll actually roll that video in a minute here.
Cool. Before we do that, though, let me shamelessly plug.
Oh, please.
My new business,
This
Gym
is
Blow.
like a blowout.
It's Gym Blow, but it's chalk. And we're gonna have a crank pre-workout. We're gonna do it all along these lines. It's great. It's all American made. No China. No import from anywhere. Gymblow.com. Get your chalk. Keep it nice and easy.
Yeah, show them the blow.
Yeah, there it is.
That's the money shot. Yeah.
There it is. There it is.
So where did the idea for this come from? I love this.
From a friend of mine at the gym. And you know, he came up to me and he asked me what I thought, and he knew my history, and I was like, bro, I think it's great.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
love this, dude. This is funny.
I think it's great. Let's do it. So, you know, we got together, we put a little money together, and we got this started, and you know, gymblow.com, and everybody who's gotten it loves it. And even the dudes who do the powerlifting stuff, they like this chalk better. It has a little bit of a different texture than most of the Chinese chalk that I'm not saying better or worse. I'm just saying has a little bit of different texture. I'm not a chalk specialist. I do know a little bit about blow, and I do know a little bit about the gym. So, now we've got Gym Blow.
I love this. So how much is like a bag of this for someone that wants to grab it?
Oh God, they come in different sizes. It's cheap. I don't know, 10, 20 bucks.
I imagine cheaper than Real Blow. So
it's cheaper than Real Blow. Gymblow.com.
Gymblow.
I don't manage the website, but I'm involved in the company, and it's actually a lot of fun. People have a lot of fun with it.
So is this the exact bag that it comes in?
Yeah, and then
That's
we
so
have,
funny.
and now we have, we're making the nose hitter vial. So you could take some of your rocks, put them in the grinder, and then instead of putting it up your nose, you can squeeze it out on your hands to keep it. Well, I think that's actually practical because it's not messy that way.
No, that sounds super.
Doesn't end up all over everything.
I find that hilarious, bro. That's so good. You know what you should do? You should take the logo, put it like all over the bag, like the little all over print, like the tiny little bags of blow you buy back in the day.
Yeah, I like that.
God.
Yeah, we just getting started, but we thought, hey, you know, I mean,
when did this get going?
About 3 weeks ago.
Oh, this is brand new.
Brand new.
Okay,
brand new.
Nice. How's it going so far? Did you get the ball rolling?
Yeah, you know, we had our first sales, and I think people, you know, a lot of people bought it as like you know, the little bit of feedback we got from the few people that bought it already was they bought it as a gag gift, but then found it to be, they preferred it to their chalk that they had already.
They actually started using it.
Yeah, they actually started using it, so that's good, and we're gonna, you know, now we're gonna talk about it, and we'll sell some blow.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that's gonna do very well. I think my audience is gonna dig that shit too.
So Thailand.
Yeah. So, you know, before we talk about the whole raid, there was honestly so much crazy stuff. I saw your partner got kidnapped and everything. We'll talk about all that later. How did you get involved in the PPP industry in Thailand?
So what happened with PPE is, you know, everybody started going crazy, and people called us, actually an attorney general from one of the states, I'm not going to say his name, but actually called, they were piloting our software, Drop-In, my software company, for, you know, one of the things I noticed on parole is that and halfway house is they're calling these people 10 times a day. And if you have a job, they're calling them and they're telling them, hey, you know, 3 dudes lost their job at Costco in the halfway house because they're calling the manager saying, hey, do you see him? I need you to tell me that you see him 4 or 5 times a day. Managers can't do that at
they're
jobs.
busy.
They cost them their jobs. So I thought, okay, this insurance tech that we got also would apply. Hey, if you can just call the person themselves, We rip the GPS and all the data from the phone, and you have a live stream. You can see them that they're there in that location, right? Then, you saved your CBA ROI. You get to see all your parole people every day.
And they keep their job.
And for less gas. And you're going to have a margin already. Like what we're going to charge you is nothing compared to the gas it takes to see 10% of your people over the course of the month. We're going to let you see everybody every day.
Yep.
Right? And they know this. The more contact the parole officer has with the parolee, the more contact they have, the more likely they are to not go back to prison. And also they get a better feeling of how that person's reintegrating into society, right? So you get to see everybody every day for cheaper than you see 10% a month now. Hey, that's a winner. So they were piloting our program in a few states.
Nice.
So he calls me and he says, hey, you were moving shit around the world when we were trying to stop you. I know this is a little out of the box, but can you help us now?
Interesting.
And they're like, we got some shit hung up. They're saying it's 5 weeks to get out of China. Well, I used to send blow to the Chinese in London, right? And the Chinese in London and the Chinese in China are the same thing, right? Like,
Okay.
It just is what it is, right? Regardless of what they tell you, regardless of how they act, they have a different mentality about this shit, which is a whole other podcast. But so anyway, I call them and I say, hey, what's up with this stuff? And they're like, bro, it's not China's trying to ship it out as fast as they can. It's not that Chinese customs is blocking it. It's that there's a doorway from FedEx and from DHL and from all these companies. There's a doorway. It's huge that goes into customs, but it's a physics problem. You can only fit so much matter through that doorway.
Yep, there's a limit.
There's a limit.
Hard limit.
There's a hard limit. And that's what's creating the backup. It's not that China's customs is holding it up. That's bullshit.
They physically cannot bring more in.
Now, I don't care what CNN was telling you. I don't care what Fox News was telling you. I don't care what anybody was telling you. That is true.
Yep.
And I proved that is true by they took a couple $1,000s in a fucking red envelope down there, got somebody down there to that FedEx thing, and they moved the stuff from the back of the line at FedEx right up to the front of the door, and that saved 4 weeks.
That's crazy.
That's all it was moving the pallet right there. China wanted to sell as much shit as they could. They were not trying to fuck us over on that angle. So everybody who thinks they were, trust me, they weren't. They operate by selling us commerce, not by stopping us from buying shit.
Yeah, they want to spend that money.
And then the other thing we knew is that, okay, the boats and the ports are backed up, right? Well, nobody's shipping anything from China to Korea, so there's no backup there. Ship the shit, instead of from China to LA, ship it to Korea. Then put it, and nobody was shipping anything from Korea to the States at that time. That happened later. But then you get on a fast boat from Korea. So even that you're going to have to get, the customs broker is going to have to take the container off a ship in Korea and then put it on another ship. You're going to make up a week with the fast boat from Korea to LA, right? Well, now instead of 5 weeks waiting to get out of customs and 6 weeks on the water and 3 weeks clearing in Long Beach, you've cut that down to 4 weeks total.
Yeah, you just saved a ton of time.
Yeah, so you save it. So anyway, once we were doing that, very quickly we got into, our friend Min Jin actually sent us masks from Korea because we called him because he was the shipping guy. He'd done 10 years also with me and Tamer. Called him, he's a shipping guy. He's like, okay, yeah, let's do it like this, boom, 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 boom. So that's how we got that line going. And then he sent us these Air Queen nanofiber filter masks. They had a N95K number, which means they're substantially equivalent to an N95. Much better than an emergency use authorization KN95. This means it was it's not emergency use. It had it before, so FDA and 95 substantial equivalent. And because it's nanofiber filter, you could breathe 3 times easier than you can in a 3M mask.
Okay.
And it had better filtration.
Sounds like a damn good mask.
It's going to be the medical standard soon. Mm-hmm. All of them are going to be. Anybody who touched them, we ended up selling them to SEIZURES, CDC, the Indiana Pacers, Formula One. Lewis Hamilton was wearing them. We sold them to MBS in Saudi Arabia. Like anybody who got their hands on this mask
sounds
never.
Just like dealing drugs. You're flipping these masks to everybody.
Never. Well, you have the best product at the best price, right?
You got that fire.
Yeah. So anyway, and the other thing we did is we didn't fucking all these idiots on the phone with these. I need 100 million of this, 100 million. Well, we've done shipping, dude. I know you ain't shipping 100 million.
Yeah, you're not
masks.
new to this.
You fucking idiot. You never done 100 million masks. You don't know anything about CBM. You don't know anything about what can fit in a 40-foot container. You don't even know the difference between a 40-foot and a 40-foot high cube. Oh no, I got a proof of life. I've got 100 million fucking boxes of gloves. Dude, you better have a fucking satellite because 100 million boxes of gloves are going to the moon and back twice.
Yeah,
like,
you can't hide that.
What the fuck do you mean you have a proof of life? Like, oh no, I got a warehouse. Oh, dude, do you know how many square feet of warehouse you need for 100? There is no such thing.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
And if you had a proof of life, it would be a fucking hour-long movie walking through that warehouse, not a fucking picture, dude.
A documentary.
Yeah. Like, fuck off. Oh, my favorite was, oh, yeah, we just did 30 million masks. Oh, how'd you do it? Oh, cargo. Oh, what kind of cargo? Air cargo. Oh, really? Air cargo.
How many planes were flying?
How many?
Shit?
Oh, yeah, we did it all on one plane. Oh, what kind of mask? Oh, 3M. Okay, first of all, there was no 30, 40 million 3M mask thing. Mm-hmm. Those got bought up, and production got bought up by hedge funds and fucking China and everybody else, while we were still didn't even think it was going to come here.
Yeah.
Right? The smart people bought up all those fucking production. There was none of that. Second, you're not even going to fit 4 million of those fucking, I think he said 3012 or 3060. They come in a box of 20 like this. The box is this fucking big, right? You're not fitting 4 million masks in one plane when they're boxed like that. It's just not fucking happening. And I told the dude, I said, we got a 747. I'm like, dude, I don't care if you have a 747 fucking nose loader. Mm-hmm. You're not fucking fitting 4 million of those unless you took them out of the boxes in a fuck. But everybody, so people would just be on the phone fucking talking this nonsense. So we knew right away it was all bullshit. So what we did is we bought 1 million of these masks. Mm-hmm. And we just opened a website. We paid 10 grand for airqueen.com.
Nice.
For whatever reason, Airqueen hadn't bought their Korean company. They hadn't bought their thing. It was up for auction. When I looked, it was at 6,500. To buy it now was 10,000. And we just bit the bullet and bought it, airqueen.com. And we just started selling masks 10 at a time to the public.
That's a crazy hustle.
And 10 at a time, then 20 at a time. Then we made a 100-pack. Well, guess what? Once people started receiving these 2-3 days later after they order them, they tell their friends, oh, these guys aren't scammers. Mm-hmm. They're actually delivering. Well, then sooner or later, somebody has a business order. So you sell 10,000. We sold 5-6 million masks total. We made good
crazy.
money.
That's a good amount.
We never had a 20 million mask deal. In fact, anybody that ever asked for 20 million masks, it was fraud. Like just fucking all fraud. And we tell people, dude, you want 1 million masks? Cool. We have 2 million or 1.3 million or 700,000 in storage here at Van Nuys Airport. We had rented a hangar there. It served two purposes. One, it's secure, full coverage, but also LAPD helicopter has a hangar there. So you don't have to worry about people coming and getting robbed, right? So, you know.
Nice and safe.
Nice and safe, and people could come. There's a storefront, right? Like
Perfect location for this
perfect
kind of thing.
location. So you can come and you can buy the masks. But you want to buy 1 million masks? Why don't we do 25,000 first? Same thing as in dope. Dudes wanted to buy 1 million pills at
You got to
first.
do a small buy and make sure it's legit,
Yeah.
and then you're good.
Why do you want all that headache? And because I knew it wasn't that we didn't have the masks or we couldn't receive the wire. It was that nobody's going to trust anybody with money for 1 million masks the first time. And unless you're talking to the dude with the cash, which you never are, right? Then that's just not going to happen. Why? It's fine. We can do 25,000. And people be like, they were so conditioned to these bullshit phone calls. When we tell them they could buy 100 on the website or buy, 10,000 or 20,000, just pull up cash and carry. They were shocked because every scammer was saying, oh, MOQ, minimum order quantity, 2 million, 5 million. It was all bullshit. So anyway, that's how we got into it. And we ended up getting bigger clients from B2C sales. And that's how we ended up with selling to the Indiana Pacers. That's how we ended up selling to Formula One. That's how we ended up selling to the CDC, Augusta Medical, Cedars, MBS, Saudi Arabia. It's how all of it came from just doing small shit instead of being on the phone talking big shit, right?
Yeah.
And then the gloves came, and we stayed away from the gloves because we knew it was all fraud. We had a friend of ours who was famous in China, was also famous here, who was going over there during COVID to Taiwan to film a show. And I said, dude, if you have a Glove Connect over there, because he's native to there, let me know because we can make some money. And he called me, and after he'd been there, after he got out of quarantine, called me, I got the guy. He knows this general in Thailand, Sri Trang, gloves, samples, this, that, everything we needed, due diligence. I did it. I failed, dude. They got me. I mean, I can say whatever you want. In the end, I'm the one who had all the paperwork. I did the checking. I pressed send on a $2.7 million wire. And, I'm the one, I got beat. Beat, 100%. Buck falls here. And, by the time the first container arrives, we're already suspicious because been stories, this, that, whatever. But
something just doesn't.
Our friend keeps reassuring us, and I know he's not a scammer, right? In fact, after all this happened, he contributed to the losses, like his share, and and really appreciate him for that. Showed his colors in that moment.
Yeah, it's a real thing to do.
But up until that point, when I was like, hey, this is bullshit. This is this after we'd sent the money, right? He's like, no, you're just being a crazy American, you're fucking hothead. And I'm like, no, dude, this shit doesn't make sense. They're saying fucking that there's fucking this, that. You can check local fucking news. The factory wasn't closed today. Like shit like that, right? Anyway, first container lands, and it's fake. It's medical waste from China. We didn't know that at the time, but you could tell it's washed and dyed blue. You could see on CNN, they did send an investigative piece.
So they were taking these already used
gloves,
medical waste gloves, and re-dyeing them the same color to look new, and just shipping them like they're new.
And in China, they were using mostly latex, right? So you have people here with latex allergies, right? They were using vinyl, nitrile, sometimes, right? But they so they were washing them and dyeing them blue, so they all looked nitrile. Putting them in boxes and shipping them from Thailand to the U.S. Now, that's interesting, right? So we get the first container, and we know it's bullshit. I open it up. It's bullshit right away. And now we've filled out this importer security filing, which means we've made a statement to U.S. Customs on our customs bond that this is what's coming in. Now we know that that's not the case. So me and Tamer jump in the car. We go down to Long Beach to the customs office. And our case was a customs case, actually. They were the lead agency on our ecstasy shit.
Oh, God, that's got to be scary.
So anyway, we're about to go inside, and I'm like, bro, we better smoke a joint. It's a Friday afternoon. They're probably going to arrest us. This is medical devices. The Attorney General's talking War Powers Act on the profit shit. Like, this is not... They're gonna, once they realize who we are, they're gonna arrest us until they figure this out, right? Like, and not even kidding. I'm thinking there's a good chance we're gonna spend the weekend in jail. So we sit out there in the customs parking lot smoking a joint. We take this box in there and we go, hey. And they go, oh, over there on the wall, there's an email address. You can fucking, just write us an email about it. Me and Tamer look at each other, right? And we're like, what? We're telling you, like, we got to pull our importer security filing.
Yeah.
They're like, well, just write in an email if there's any problem. I guess they were overwhelmed with shit.
Yeah.
So me and Tamer, I go, Tamer, give me your ID. Me and Tamer, he gives me his ID. I take my ID out. I go, dude, run this and bring me someone that matters. So they run our names. And now, like, that gets us somebody from upstairs comes down, right? And they're like, same shit. Look, there's an email back there. There's nothing we can really do. Just let us know this, that, the other thing. So we get back to the office. I send the email with there's 4 more containers that are already on the water, right? I give them all the shipping, bills of lading, everything for all that, right? Email, writing out the whole thing, saying we want to, and they do nothing.
So
then we write them.
You really took initiative here.
Yeah, well, dude, you have to. Once
Yeah.
you sign that importer security filing, and they find out it's not that, and you knew, you're guilty of
You're
smuggling.
in deep shit.
Yeah, you're guilty of smuggling.
Yep.
And when you're talking about medical devices where War Powers Act and scarcity fucking requirements have been laid on, I don't know if you remember, but the AG got up there and said these things are, sensitive to national security,
Yep.
war powers, this, that, that. I mean, dude.
Yeah, it was a huge deal.
That's how you end up in jail for 3 years without a hearing. I mean,
Yes.
is that type of shit, right? So anyway, we didn't want to go through that. So yeah. So we write the email and no reply. They don't even send us a confirmation that we've written an email. Right? So now I write an open one to them. Customs. And just post on their socials. And then I get King and Spalding, our corporate attorneys who were, we were looking to lobby Congress to use our tech for 911. So the idea was poor man's fiber optics. Once you call 911, the operator can send a text and boom, that camera's open and whatever, there's a police presence in the room and for whoever the assailant is to know they're being recorded. And at the same time, that feed can be piped to the first responders so they know what they're dealing with when they get there. Which I thought would, no more accidental shootings, no more guns out if it's not necessary, and maybe even more importantly, guns out when it is necessary.
Yep.
Right? Like,
Yep.
I
Sounds
thought this
good.
would be a good thing all the way around. So we had them, and they were like, look, you got to do this with parole and child protective services first. It's a fragmented system, and your company ain't making enough money to get a federal override for 911 yet through us. That's bottom line. But they took us on. David Farber, fucking great guy. J.C. Boggs, great guy. These two were amazing. Me and King and Spalding fell out later over some shit. But those two, after I was arrested in Thailand, they removed me as a client. But those two stuck with me and are still friends of mine, I like to think, to this day. So anyway, they write letters to the FBI, nothing. They write letters to FDA, Criminal Investigation Division, nothing. A couple FBI agents say they're interested. At the same time, I'm talking to these cocksuckers in fucking Thailand now. Fuck you, there's nothing you can do, fucking American, da-da-da. And then now, the 3 more containers that we sent them the bills of lading land, and you know what Customs did with them after all those emails?
What'd they do?
Delivered them to us.
Really?
Yeah, delivered them. Didn't even open them. Delivered them.
Do you think they even read your emails?
Probably not. Probably not. So anyway, we gave them bills of lading, showed them, we left them samples, medical waste. Anyway, me and Tamer know the system. So we're in Van Nuys Airport. So we rent another hangar, another $5,000 a month. We rent another hangar because we realized, wow, everything's been on camera since it's been delivered here. The chain of custody is not broken.
Yep.
As long as it stays on camera, it's had full surveillance in a secure facility, right? So we put all the gloves in there. The first container, the next containers, everything. We got them all stacked in there, right? And people are coming. They see the boxes. Even dudes in the airport, these gloves are worth tons of money if they're real. People are offering to buy. We could have sold them.
Yep.
They wouldn't have even looked.
Yep.
And
But you didn't want to do that. 'cause
didn't
you
want to
fuck
do that.
someone, yeah?
It's funny because that came up later, right? And we get into that. I don't want to lose the chronology now. We've been scattered all over the place. I'm a scatterbrain sometimes. Apologize to your
It's all
audience.
good.
I
It's the
go
way it
everywhere.
goes. I'm the same way sometimes.
So anyway, they get delivered. They're bunko too. We put them in the thing, and Thailand now starts with this quarantine program where you can go there. So this dude's on the phone telling me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. I'm like, okay, but I also got doctors and nurses calling, talking about crying. This is the first product we haven't delivered. We've delivered every other PPE product. Nobody else was able to do that. We didn't take orders if we couldn't deliver. We delivered tubes, we delivered masks, we delivered anything that anybody came to us for. Where we took the contract, we delivered on time up to this point. Right? And so these people are like crying and this and that, and they really need this stuff. And, whatever side of COVID you're on, the fact of the matter is if your grandmother is going to the hospital for cancer, the doctor needs these gloves. And whatever side of COVID you're on, this is the United States of fucking America. our medical professionals should have the best shit available. They shouldn't have medical fucking waste to work with.
Yep.
Right? No matter COVID or not. Period. So anyway, they start the quarantine program. I send 2 groups of guys. Me, ex-drug traffickers and mercenaries, and then other guys who are just there to like actually find gloves and do business, right? They're not related to each other. And so I get over there, I get the thing, get through the quarantine and everything. And, we make a case at ECD, Economic Crimes Division, like got a file that these dudes robbed us and this and that and the whole thing. And then they make a case against me, a criminal case, where they say that I kidnapped, extorted, and attempted to kill this Chinese dude who was behind this whole thing.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things I found when I was looking is a literal video of this guy getting pulled out of a cafe in broad daylight.
Yeah, so they said that was me.
That's crazy. They
said that's not me.
You in the video?
Yeah.
Can we pull this up?
Yeah.
Okay,
Go right ahead.
Let's see. Where was it? There's the raid right there, which you have open in a separate tab. Do you remember like what I should type in? I'm gonna do. I remember it just came up when I typed in your name, but
yeah, the real interesting thing about that, right?
What was your partner's name?
Jeremy Manchester, former MARSOC Marine, great guy. So that's Pete on the left. This is the raid. Yeah, so they say they did all that to say that it was me.
That's crazy.
I'm not in that video. You can look at it a million times. The dude in the black hat.
I looked at it a lot of times.
But in the press, they said I kidnapped. Yeah, that I was in the video.
There's news articles out there that literally say you kidnapped somebody.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
Using that video. That wasn't me. Now, whatever happened, that isn't what happened. Right? Anyway, so they make this case on me, and they tell me, they get me in jail. They arrest me and a bunch of Thai guys. And they say the cops. Oh, before that weekend, Thursday, I think it was a Thursday, my friend King, who I know from way back, used to be King Currency Exchange in Europe. I know him from way back. He wasn't just my guy. He was everybody's guy. If you had cash and you needed a check, he was your guy. He was like the check cashers now. But back then, before the euro dollar, was currency exchanges.
He was just
so he could do wires. Not my guy, everybody's guy, right? But we did a high volume of business with him. Let's say that, we might have been his favorite. Yep. Or close to it. Because,
you were up there on the total.
And we always gave him a little extra. And, even if he needed a couple days to figure something out, we never pressured him. Like, it was a fucking great relationship. Anyway, the euro dollar comes, kills his business. And he's been in Thailand for the last 20 years. He comes and he says, listen, they got an arrest warrant for you. Attempted murder, kidnap, extortion. And they've got your passport blocked. But I can get you out. And I'm like kind of getting up to get out or, pack my shit and leave, right?
Yeah, because you're getting targeted here.
Yeah. So. Well, Tamer, as my inertia is starting, but I'm not physically moving it, King says, or you can get arrested, we'll get you out, and we'll get this thing turned around. Tamer jumps up, I think he's going to kill King. How can you fucking say that? This place is so corrupt. What the fuck? And King pulls out pictures of his grandkids. And he says, you guys didn't rat on me 25 years ago. I have you the same way you had me.
That's crazy.
So anyway, King leaves. Little hurt feelings, but whatever. Everything's smoothed over. We're all big boys. We've known each other a long time. And King's like, I got you. Don't worry. Whatever you decide. Me and Tamer get drunk the next couple nights. Now, the feds had taught me how to build a case, and I'm in Thailand. I built the case. I paid somebody dirty at the phone company. I had all the pen registers of all the people involved. I had all the GPS coordinates of all the people involved. I paid, fucking all kinds of fucking corrupt people in different things. I found out whose numbers were who. I paid another dude at the phone company at a higher level to find out, hey, one of the generals is Somchat Lumsiri. Another one of these guys is Captain Kampi. SkyMed, the biggest PPE glove scam in history, is this dude, right? All involved with this dude, Patty the Room, and Look Fei Yang Yang is Patty the Room, and Vincent Wen, Chinese, Taiwanese fucking thing, and Emily HSU, right? Who's behind it all. She works for the fucking Chen family, the Chen mafia family in China.
Okay,
right?
this runs deep.
Yeah. So anyway, but she's not as close, and they're not as close as they thought, because I was able to call my Chinese friends, and they told me these people are fucking scumbags. These are the ones who run fake EpiPens to kids in Africa. They do human trafficking. All that dough, all that shit that they're bringing those gloves over there, this was the scam. It's on the same route as drugs, EpiPens, human trafficking. The reason why they're bringing it from China to Thailand is twofold. They gave me the whole rundown. Once it gets to Thailand, if it's in the Bangkok Freeport, it gets repackaged there. Now it's a product of Thailand, no tariffs. Second thing, because it's coming from Thailand by Thai law, you'd say, why would they send these medical waste gloves anyway? But by Thai law, as long as they send these medical waste gloves, it's only a quality issue in their courts.
Interesting. So it's more of a civil matter.
Yeah, that's it. That was the scam, right? So
wow.
So anyway, they make this, but I've got them over a barrel because King was helping. I had a very good case on them, and I had we had it going pretty well. So they made this move. They made a fake case. I was not in the video. I did not kidnap anybody on that particular day.
Yep.
Allegedly, something might have happened a week before, but that's not what the case was about.
Well, I just also don't really get the vibe that you yourself would go into a public establishment in broad daylight and kidnap somebody.
No.
I get the vibe that if that were to happen, you're the kind of guy where you'd probably get someone else to do that,
Yeah, and maybe somebody else did something and changed the plan on their own and did something stupid.
Yep.
But whatever it was, how they said it, they staged a whole thing because the Thais are dumb fucks too, and they're all corrupt, and they think if they could just get me into a jail cell that they could get money from me, right?
They'll
so
try to buy
anyway,
your way out or something like
so
that.
anyway, I built this whole case. So I'm like, there's Thai generals involved. There's Thai fucking government involved. The fucking deputy prime minister is in up to his fucking neck, right? Jirapop, who they put as the head of fucking organized crime over there, CCB, he had just arrested this same dude in December, a couple months before, and let him out, and just charged him with labor violations. Everybody's in on it, and they made the Thais actually made America fun of all of the Western countries by putting this dude, after CNN came out later, in charge of the investigation, who was behind it 100%, and his brother, Jirapop's brother, is part of the King's Guard.
That's crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
It sounds like there's some real top-down kind of corruption.
Oh,
issues
fucking
going on.
100%. So anyway, me and Tamer were talking about it for a couple of days after the meeting with King, and we're like, okay, I'm going to get arrested. The embassy's going to come. I'm going to give them the case that Thailand is sending every month more than their annual production capacity to the United States of this medical waste.
Yeah.
That shit's got to stop.
Yeah,
right?
It's obvious that something's not right here.
Well, whatever. It's got to stop. It's way bigger than fucking this bullshit. I didn't kidnap anybody anyway. I'm not in, I know I don't know about the video yet. I don't know about the press yet because I haven't been arrested yet.
Yep.
That was all set up, right? But I'm not worried about anything that I've done since I've been in Thailand, right?
Yep.
Anyway, so we think, okay, the embassy's going to come. I'll give them the case, and I'll end up going home on the plane without a tail number, right? No problem. Cool. And for me and Tamer, it was like, this was our first opportunity where the scale, we realized by investigating this that our 2.7 million was nothing. They were sending millions and millions and millions of boxes of this medical waste to America every month, right? Like we were a small fry.
Very small piece.
So
of
for the
pie.
first time, it was like, since we got arrested for drugs, you know, who's to say what the balance is? But here's something at a large scale where maybe we could clean up a little bit of the red ink on our ledger.
Yep.
Right? Like maybe we could do something a little bit good.
Yeah.
Right? And get in the way of this and get this controlled. Mm-hmm. So anyway, they come. I get a lawyer in Thailand. They're supposed to. I'm supposed to self-surrender Monday morning.
Okay.
So I don't tell my wife because I figure I'm not going to tell my wife until after I get bail, right? Once it's done.
All right.
But anyway, they fucking show up Saturday morning with this fucking TAC team, right? And
the Saturday morning.
Yeah, that's the video.
In
yeah.
This video.
Yeah. So they show up with this TAC team, and if you look, they're trying so hard to be like SWAT, but they're all fucking holding phones in their hands.
Yeah,
they have no technique whatsoever.
There's two normal uniformed cops close to the door, and then some chick just on her cell phone.
What do you mean, all of them? When you watch it later, see how many of them have like phones. They're all
they're sending this to their family at home. Look, guys, I did my first raid today.
Not only that, if I wanted to, I could have jumped out the balcony.
Right? Like, what story were you on?
This is like the fucking 20th story, but I could have jumped out the balcony to the neighbor's place and walked down the stairs and walked right out the fucking back of the building. Like the Thais are fucking dumbasses when it comes to this shit, but they want to be so badass like America, like so they dress up like this. But Jay's a former military dude, and he's like, these dudes didn't even realize like. He's like, bro, I can tell their fucking clips are empty. Like half of them didn't even have loaded guns. They're like just the assault rifles were just there for show, right?
I mean, you can tell. I watched this video before we started rolling and everything. I watched it last night actually, and just the way they enter and the stuff they say, yeah, it sounds like if me and my friends put on like cop uniforms and like we're playing. Like, all right, let's go pretend raid.
The other thing is nobody notices this, but right now while this is all going on, I'm changing my T-shirt into my Pinky in the Brain shirt of why do I feel like I'm surrounded by idiots?
So they get your door open right here.
Yeah, so we just go down right away. We already know the game.
Look at where these guys are pointing their guns.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the guy who just went in two before him just pointed the gun straight at the officer in front of his back.
Yeah, that's what they have no... So this was all paid for. They paid Giropop to do this. There was no reason to come with a TAC team for me.
Well, yeah,
what I didn't know is they'd had all the press
this.
set up.
Yeah.
They had everything set up, right? So they, they get us in there. There's the fake. There's fucking more fake gloves that we found since we've been there, right? Because they're selling them everywhere.
Yeah.
And so anyway, they put us down. You know, Pete's fucking got his ID in his hand, and no problem. And but nobody noticed the shirt. And then I started telling them, I was like, dude, you guys are here for the wrong motherfucker. This ain't gonna go the way you think. There's actually audio for it on some of these, so
there is audio.
Yeah. So in the bedroom, I'm telling them, right? Anyway, they get us down to jail Saturday. Obviously, I couldn't call my wife from there. But the cops are like...
There you are, right there.
Yeah. The cops are like, oh, yeah, you fuck little boy. Embassy come right away. Embassy no come for you. You must be very bad. The embassy still hasn't come to see me.
So you're probably stressed at this point. You're like, fuck.
No, well, King got us out Monday morning on bail, like you said. Just like he said.
I just find this entire thing so crazy that they're literally raiding your apartment with a media team.
Yeah.
Like, that's just, this whole thing is so nuts.
Yeah, that's what they did. So they had all the stories set up. All the stories broke. And then, like, AP, Daily Mail, LA, all these people had written me for comment. Right? And I write them back immediately. I got comment. I have a picture of the dude who says we beat the shit out of him, almost killed him. I got a picture of him at another restaurant at the same time he said this happens, drinking whiskey with a clean face. Right?
Yeah, so they don't, not adding up.
And you know what they do? Like Grant Peck from the AP, right? he writes me back. He goes, oh, they already wrote the fucking piece. All these people, Meow, this fucking cunt for Meow, I forgot her name. Like, all of them wrote these fucking hit pieces not knowing shit, right? And even the AP's like, oh, yeah, you did tell us that you did answer back right away, but, that's not normal for us. But, I just didn't check because that's unusual. They admitted, and still they wrote without my comment.
Yeah,
they're like, oh, yeah, we'll
sent it anyways.
We'll take your comment now. And A Current Affair did a piece and never ran it because they thought it was too hot. But CNN, of all people, CNN said, okay. And they said, well, they took too much interest. They turned it into an investigative piece. So it wasn't going to help me anytime soon.
Yeah.
But they took a lot of information. We gave them a ton of information. They put, some of their top people on it. And then they did an interview in Thailand with me in the Waldorf. It didn't come out until I was back, right? But what was interesting about CNN, and Tamer had come back to the States now, right? Because if I'm going to get locked up, no reason to risk him. It'll be easier if he's out, and I know he's out. And he gets another one of our co-defendants from back in the day. Joe Yavitz comes up, and he tells Tamer, hey, dude, I got this political campaign dude. I can introduce you to him and see if you can get anybody involved from this side. So Homeland Security Investigations is interested because counterproliferation of the Chinese involvement, right? So they're all like, well, we want to see the gloves. CNN wants to see the gloves. They want to see nobody believes we've really got the gloves. So DHS in LA comes to the hangar to check the gloves, and we had every one of them. There's not one that's unaccounted for. And CNN happens to be there on the same day with their professional doing the part of the video for their interview with me, right? That they put in there. So DHS saw that. They see it's coming out. So now they take an interest in the DHS dude who was a cool guy in Thailand. I actually like him quite a bit. We get in touch with each other, and he apologizes to me. He says, bro, we were working pretty hard against you with these ties at first. And I was like, why would you be working against a U.S. citizen? Like, well, we didn't know the whole story. I was like, bro, the embassy still hasn't come to see me. And he's like, yeah, and he did say, he's like, there's a problem with the FBI here. He wouldn't elaborate. And I found out later what it was, is that more than 300 referrals from the U.S. FBI offices of Thailand fraud and PPE had been referred to the Bangkok embassy, FBI there. How many cases do you think they opened out of more than 300?
Not very many. I guess.
0.
Wow. Literally none.
Literally none.
That's crazy.
Well, somebody's fucking
so
dirty,
taking
dude.
These reports and just lighting them on fire?
Somebody's dirty.
Yeah.
Right?
Clearly.
Okay, so keep that bee in your bonnet for a second, right? So anyway, I tell him, I'm like, listen, dude, my lawyers in the States warned you. Me and Tamer came down to your office and warned you. We did everything a normal citizen does. Now I'm here, my life's in jeopardy, and you need my help. And I built this case, and I know everybody involved. Everybody. The generals, the captains, the Thai people, the fucking people that are working with them, the Chinese, and, they know I did, right? I said, so what I want now is I want my fine wiped out if you want my assistance. Because now you're coming to me and you need my assistance. You're not responding to me as a U.S. citizen who called the police to report a fraud. You are now coming to me for assistance because I have a Thai case. I don't want your help with my Thai case. I got it. I got this.
Yep.
What I want is you to wipe out my fine. They say, okay, cool. We'll get there when we get there. Great. We got a case. We got an AUSA back in the States. We're going to prosecute this shit. They come to pick up the gloves to put them in storage. The Fed's got an AUSA. They got case agents. They've got budget because they're putting the gloves in an offsite storage. Chain of custody is good. They have everything mapped out for them. Remember, I told you more than 300 cases referred to the Bangkok FBI office and zero open?
Zero open.
Well, I'm going to tell you another thing. The feds just stopped.
Really?
After all that, when they started investigating and they found out that everybody else from all the shipping documents had sold the gloves or said they destroyed them, right?
Yep.
They found out that these gloves had entered the medical system in several places. The only one, literally the only ones who didn't sell the gloves on or say they destroyed them and had to count for every one of them was the 2 convicts.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so CNN mentions that. I actually have the recording because I recorded the whole interview with them. And after the interview, I said to the dude, hey, man, I really appreciate, you throwing, he said, because he said, are you telling me that the only thing stopping these gloves from entering the medical system was the integrity of 2 convicts? And I said, yeah, we never even considered it. Sure, we wanted to make money like everybody else, but not that way. Yeah. Right? Never considered it. Never considered it. Because it could be my mom or your mom or anybody else's mom in there. Like they could get sick. They could have a latex allergy. We weren't going to do that. Yeah. And after the interview, it was like 3 hours. I was like, bro, thanks a lot. That'll help as far as cleaning up my image after all this, because now it's all ex-drug trafficker, fucking turned tech mogul, arrested for attempted murder, kidnapping, extortion in Thailand. Lost all my customers for my tech company. Drop-in crashed. It was just a disaster. But I thought, okay, this will, clean it up a little bit. And I told him, thanks for asking that. And he's like, yeah, he said, I really wanted to get some stuff like that in there, because now that I know that everything, Louis, and I mean everything you told us and gave us has been exactly true, without any extras, without any embellishment. And the amount of detail that you did here is just incredible. Well, by the time it came out, they clipped all that. They said that I was right, but they distanced themselves from me as much as they could. And then when they busted the Compy dude from SkyMed, who they busted over there, they gave credit to this other dude who they found from me as another customer, right? That I found by looking through all the shipping records, right? CNN found that person from me. And so they give credit to him. They didn't even mention me in their second article, right? Like,
CNN did you dirty.
Yeah. And they didn't tag my name in the metadata for their original story when it finally came out. Now I'm back in the States, so the only thing I'm looking forward to this coming out is like, it'll clean up my name a little bit.
Yeah, you're excited. You're like, thank God, it's a good PR.
Yeah, like literally that's what I was thinking. And they totally fucked it. And, listen, the day after I left Thailand, because the judge, after 84 days, they had to investigate because it was attempted murder, kidnapping, extortion. The judge fucking point blank said, there's no evidence. I'm letting this dude leave. Yep. You got nothing. He wasn't in the restaurant. CNN didn't even back that.
That's crazy. That's
right?
literally an objective fact that was left out of the news.
Yeah.
Court
they said, well, it's not clear. There's no pending charges at this time.
Opinion that literally a judge said,
gave me back our passport, our bail, and I got all the former military guys out of there, and so that was that, right? Like, but they didn't even do that. Now the day after we left, right? Because the day I got arrested, the dude Luk Fei Yang, the Chinese dude, who'd been arrested 2 months before by this GEOPOP guy, walked right out of fucking Bangkok airport under his own passport. I have the exit photos from the because you can buy anything there, from the customs dude. I have the exit photo of that, right, from when he's leaving. That happened the same day I got arrested, right? They fucking corruption all the way across the board, man. And it is what it is.
That's fucking.
But now after that, by the time I finally left, 90 days later, the dude who made the fake case on me has an Interpol warrant out for him. Emily HSU has an Interpol warrant out for him. This dude, Luk Fei Yang, Interpol warrant out for him, right? But it doesn't matter. China's never going to extradite him.
Yeah.
Right?
It's just paper at that point.
Yeah, it's just bullshit. And, but And then Somchat Lumsiri, Thai general, they killed him the day after I left.
Wow.
Well, because Luc Fei Yang was no longer in Thailand. So if he ever got busted, they figured he'd rat. So they couldn't have it coming back to him. There was no thing from the king talking about thank you for his service like they normally do when a general dies, right? And they got this dude Compy, the biggest fucking glove scam in the whole PPE. They booked him, everybody distanced themselves from me. They were quick to dirty me up, but nobody wanted to admit that, because it's embarrassing, bro. Think about it. From the federal government side, a bunch of ex-drug traffickers and mercenaries stopped this when the federal government couldn't.
Yeah, that's terrible PR for them. They don't
Yeah,
want
fuck
that
it.
getting out.
They don't want that, but
Yeah.
that's what happened.
That's the worst optics imaginable.
Yeah, that's what fucking happened, and we were the ones that stopped it. So that was Thailand. I mean, we can have a whole episode on the intricate details of all the shit we did.
Dude, yeah, I think there's a lot more that we're definitely going to have to talk more about in the future at some point.
We can have a Thailand
Thailand stuff.
episode. You guys are right down the street from the house, so don't mind.
Nice. I remember you telling me you're pretty close to here.
Yeah.
That's
Plus,
pretty
I go to
nice.
Gold's every morning.
Nice. Yeah, that's literally right up the block. So now that we've covered most of the Thailand stuff, the last little segment of this that I wanted to do is I always like to pull some fan questions. I always like to ask the viewers, you guys out there watching at home, to ask some questions for my guests. And I got some of my favorite questions that I think I've gotten from any of the viewers so far. People were really interested in this episode. I got hundreds and hundreds of replies from people asking different questions. We're just going to get them rolling.
Let's do it.
So the first one from Shield Dude. This is just, pretty straight up. You ever have a favorite strain of weed?
I like sativa
Nice.
in the day and indica at night. Durban Poison's pretty good for me.
Nice.
And King Louis, obviously, because my name's Louis.
That's a classic.
Yeah.
That's a classic. Do you still smoke?
Yeah, I still smoke.
Oh,
Like I
nice.
said, in the evenings, I don't have sometimes in the day. I don't have a hard and fast rule, but
Yeah.
more towards the evenings.
Nice. Yeah, it's
But I do. There's nothing better than smoking weed and banging your wife or watching TV or eating. All three of those things go great with
God,
weed.
Dude. As soon as we're done, I'm getting fried and I'm getting dinner.
Oh, we'll have one together. We'll burn one together.
100%. Yeah, lately we've been trying to not get age restricted here because every time I take a bong rip, they take all my ad money away.
Really?
Yeah, normally.
Even though it's legal.
Yeah. So the reason that we don't have my bongs and everything on the table right now is because every time I do it, even if I just leave it on the table and don't interact with it, not only will they take away all of our ad revenue from the episode, they'll shadow ban it. So our episode won't even get recommended to new viewers anymore. So it's like, damn, I guess we'll just smoke weed after.
Yeah, no problem.
It's tough. So the next one from Mystery Box 950, he asked, could you pull it off again today in reference to the trafficking?
Yeah, so this was all pre-September 11th, and since September 11th, there's been a lot more security. But anybody who knows anything about computer systems means they function on rules.
Yeah.
So if you can beat the algo, it's actually easier. The mouse can find its way through a maze, right? Like through trial and error. How do you beat the algo is the question, because they're no longer... The old days, you used to have to worry about random, but random is now picked by the algorithm. So if you can beat the algo, then yes. And, I don't want to give you exactly how to do it, but if you have a budget for trial and error before you're running hot, then you can figure out how to beat the algo.
Damn, yeah. So technically, in theory, as long as you've got enough of a budget, you can always make it happen. And you think you can still pull it off today?
Yeah, of course.
That was confident, yes. That was a very confident.
I just don't, it's just not, I don't have another 20 years to go away. And while I'm not,
it's a lot of time, bro.
while I never swore my life to a gang or a lifestyle, if me and you did dirt together, I'm swearing that I'm not going to rat on you.
Yeah.
And I don't have that in me anymore. So it's not right for me to participate in those things.
Hey, I mean, that's
by my own
respectable.
thinking.
At least you recognize that yourself, and that's why you are the way
But to
you are.
say you don't think about it or figure out how to do it, that's insanity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a lie.
Yeah. So I think we talked a little about this earlier, but Gabe LaFlame wants to know which country produces the best MDMA.
Well, I don't think it was necessarily, for us anyway, it wasn't necessarily produced in countries. There there was an oil. It started with a P. Everybody thinks it's sassafras oil, but it was several steps beyond sassafras oil. There was an oil that we used to get from the Chinese. There was really one crystallization process away from being MDMA. And as long as you have 3,4-methylene methamphetamine, chemically correct, the only difference is going to be the pHing, and as long as it's pH correct, it's all the same. The question is, really, are you really getting 3,4-methylene methamphetamine, which from Mexico you're not? And how are they putting anything else in there? It doesn't matter, like everybody says, oh, ecstasy is different from Molly, different from this. That's all bullshit. So ecstasy is a slang for a pill that contains MDMA.
It's just that chemical pressed into a pill. And
90% of that pill is going to be bonding agent to hold the fucking MDMA together. Right? Now, some people want it cut with speed. That technically would be ecstasy cut with speed, but people still call it ecstasy. Molly comes along and they say, oh, it's the same thing. It's 3,4-methylene methamphetamine. Is it in a capsule? Is it in a pill? Are you snorting it? Are you putting it up your ass? Are you swallowing it? Doesn't matter. It might enter your bloodstream faster if you snort it or put it up your ass. And if you guys are out there doing drugs and you're with girls who like cocaine, I highly recommend putting it in their ass. You'll have a much better time. If you haven't tried that,
there's a lot of people in the audience that are gonna take that advice.
If you haven't tried that, try it. Believe me, you're gonna love it.
Yeah, I remember snorting Molly was one I would never do. I hated that drip.
Yeah, it's
chemical
fucking
drip
horrible.
Is vile. It's awful. It's worse tasting than any other drug I've done. I think even worse tasting than Xanax, and I hate that flavor. I despise that. Okay, so it's really, I guess the answer to that question is not Mexico.
Not Mexico. And, a lot of guys, they get fucked up with these prices because they're hearing Mexico prices, which is junk. What you're getting, leaving the fentanyl aside, which is a whole different subject, but before the fentanyl, what you were getting is a little bit of heroin and a little bit of speed, or a little bit of speed, a little bit of acid, or a little bit of heroin and a little bit of acid, and they were calling it ecstasy, right? And you were getting high. So people who get high, even if they don't like the high, can't ask for their money back. So it worked for them.
Wait, so one of the like cuts, they would do heroin and acid instead?
Yes.
Really?
Tiny amount.
That's great. What a cut. That's something that you would never assume. Everyone, I feel like when you hear, a fake ecstasy pill, immediately you might imagine meth, for example, I don't think there's anyone watching this, or even myself, that would guess heroin and acid.
Tiny bit of heroin and acid. Those were big. And, after we got busted, I saw other dudes coming in to the joint. So you'd get their lab analysis the same way we had ours, right? So you get and you see what's in there. And, most of the time there was no MDMA in there. And these are the pills that people talk about that cost 10 cents or, they're selling for $1 on the street or whatever. Like, dude, they're bunko. They're junk. They're not MDMA.
Yeah, the bonding agent might be worth more than the drugs.
MDMA today is still $25 for a 120 milligram good pill. As far as I know, the couple times I've taken it, that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's for an actual clean pill. That's what me and my friends were paying. As of a few years ago. So, that sounds all right.
And the street price of those are, you can, wherever you get them from, you're going to pay 50 cents or $1 in quantity to get those. And you're going to sell them in quantities for $5. And I mean 100,000 if you have quality MDMA. There's no, so all these fucking idiots who are going to come into your comments and talk about what prices they know about. You guys know about bunko shit, dude. It's the same thing as like you're talking about a fucking streetwalker versus a Vienna escort. You're fucking, what you know. You don't know what you don't know.
I love that you bring that up because it's just something that I see being involved in the weed industry so much where, like, for example, my brand only gas, like we'll have an ounce that's like $250 and everyone's like, well, my plug has a fucking ounce for $80. And it's like, all right, bro, that shit's mid.
Yeah, yeah.
Not good.
It's
you know?
mids.
It applies to every market. You get what you pay for if you really want to.
It's
you
fucking,
know?
bro. It's light dep.
Yes.
Get the fuck out. It ain't indoor, dude. Get the fuck out
Get
of
that
here.
fucking mixed light out of here.
Hey, they make some good light assist now.
Oh, dude, some incredible stuff.
Yeah.
I spent about a month ago. I spent a few days up in Humboldt County at one of my friends' farms, and I smoked probably the best outdoor weed I've ever smoked. That, like, if you did not tell me it was outdoor, I don't think I would have guessed it at all.
Yeah.
So, and the mix, like, dude.
Especially this time of year, you can get out really the top quality outdoor.
Oh,
They
yeah.
just had fucking Summer Run just harvested last month, right?
Yep,
Like
yep,
so.
yeah, that's what I was up there for. My buddy did a huge harvest up there, and it's a great time of year.
Yeah. So if you can cherry pick anything, you're gonna get good shit, right?
Yep, 100%.
So but that's the weed thing is exactly the same. You know, hey, it's you get what you pay for.
100%. 100%. So the next question is from Rock Dog, and Rock Dog wants to know, did you ever cut your product?
We did when customers asked for it. Like we
Okay.
had ravers who they got the green triangles and they wanted speed in their pills.
Because they want to party with
We
that
didn't
shit.
do it
Yep.
ever if a customer didn't ask for it. The
Yep.
only thing we would ask the customers, I would ask the drag queen and the two gay dudes up north, and Tamer would ask his customers the same thing if they were buying in sufficient quantity. How many milligrams per pill you want? Because you can manipulate price a little bit like that. Do you want 80 milligram pills? Do you want 120 milligram pills? Do you want something in between? We never did the 60 milligram because we felt that was bunko.
Yeah.
We didn't think that was a fair amount, but we might give you $1 cheaper if you took 80 instead of 120, right? There was a little bit of room there.
Yeah, there was some wiggle
And
room.
you still, with clean ecstasy, you're going to get high on 80 milligrams.
100%, yeah.
You get 120, it's nicer. You can break it in half, take half, and then take another half or quarter or whatever. Just depends on at that level, what the customer wanted. But that was the only thing we ever put in it was speed. And that was only the green triangles for the raver dudes.
Yeah, so, I mean, in effect, you never cut it unknowingly to the customer. You always did
never.
people right. Always did people right.
You have to.
That's respectable. That's the best
You
way to
have
do
to. You
business.
have to.
You can't be fucking people over. So the next question from Andrew. I think we already talked about the answer to this one too, because it's probably what you got arrested with. Most amount of drugs you've had at once.
Actually, the most amount of drugs I had at once was in court.
Really?
The government put they got one of those flatbed Costco carts, right? And they put all the drugs that they'd seized.
And they wheeled it in?
And they wheeled it in, and they did it. They put it in these boxes, right? And they did it on purpose. So as they're wheeling it, 5 packs of 5,000 pills in the packs, that's how they were shipped, are falling all over the floor.
Yep.
They made that. They staged
Yeah.
that. They could have put boxes big
They
enough.
set it up perfectly.
Yeah, they set it up perfectly, and they said it was all mine. It wasn't, but I got sentenced for it, and that was the largest amount I ever had on me at once. Other than that,
When
I
they
mean,
wheeled that cart into the room, did you hear the jury do like a gasp? Like a...
yeah, it was all
I mean,
bad.
dude, if I was
No.
sitting there and all of a sudden the feds wheel in a giant cart of
With fucking 5 packs spilling everywhere, and also they were all different colors and shapes, right? You have
First
pink
thing
and
I'm
blue,
thinking, yo, can I have one?
and
please?
how many, and they're talking all the crazy shit. But and then the most I had 118 kilos of cocaine at one time in my possession.
That's a
once.
fuckload.
Yeah.
That's a
I thought it
lot.
was a lot too. That's.
Damn, that's a fucking crazy.
I know
amount.
there's dudes out there who've had thousands and tons and this and that, and I'm sure they have. For me, it was
Yep.
100. Now in a week, we once shipped 300 kilos in a week, but still 118 was the most I'd ever had in my possession at one time.
Nice. That's a fuckload. So the last question I got for you, and this one was asked so frequently. This is the most asked question. I didn't even write it down because I didn't know who to source it from because everyone asked it. The most popular question that people wanted to know the answer to was, did you ever feel any like regret about selling drugs? Or did you ever feel like a moral dilemma about it?
No, I tell people I was out of my mind at that time. And what do I mean by that? Even in my first trial, my attitude was so, the smarter you are, the easier it is to manipulate people. But what most people don't realize unless they become self-aware is the smarter you are, the easier it is to manipulate yourself as well. Right? And for me, I was so fucking in my shit that this is the closing argument I wanted to give at my first trial where I got 30 years. All the cocaine had already beaten the DEA. It was here on the streets in California.
Yeah.
I got more cocaine out of this country than any DEA agent ever in history, still to this day. Out of the country, gone. And it already beat them. I didn't import it. Somebody else did. Customs failed. FBI failed. DEA failed. All of them failed. And I saved America by getting all this coke that had already penetrated our system out and trading it for a way better drug, ecstasy.
Nice.
That's where my head was at. Now, later, like when we were talking about Thailand, obviously you realize, you think when you're, in prison, at least I did, I became self-aware. I was, I understood a lot of, I re-examined many things in my life where I'd been cheered for doing something good, where I knew that that simply wasn't the case. I realized that I was a bad person who did good things once in a while and not a good person who did bad things once in a while. And once you have that realization, it kind of forces other ones down the road, some unpleasant shit that you have to go through. And then by the time we got to Thailand, there was certainly that conversation that me and Tamer had where we knew that there was red ink in the ledger, right? And it was like, not to quote the Avengers, but I like the Avengers.
I did too. Cool.
And here was something at the same scale in Thailand that maybe we could balance it out a little bit. So you certainly thought about it later, but at the time, no. I was so out of my mind, I thought I was doing America a favor.
Yeah.
And it is kind of funny because it's not true. But
yeah, I think, at the end of the day, like, drugs are going to be flowing no matter who sells them. Like, people do drugs. Drugs feel good, People are going to continue to do them. And I don't necessarily view selling drugs as, like, a morally reprehensible or whatever word I'm looking for. I don't view it as a bad thing unless you're cutting them and, like, hurting people. I think what you were doing isn't something really to feel guilty about because you were just doing a business with a product that happened to be illegal.
Well, you look at the fentanyl thing, right?
Fent's fucked.
Well, but look at it, right? The number one, everybody out there, the number one rule of drug trafficking is you don't kill the fucking customer.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, you need him to come back.
Now, let me ask you a question. What would make a Mexican drug cartel kill its lifetime customers?
Fuck. I don't know.
Now, some people will say, well, it's the dealers doing it. It's not the cartel. Well, if that was the case, the cartels would be killing the dealers because, again, you do not kill the customer.
Yep.
The only exception to that, before we get back to fent, is heroin in inner cities. They'll give a hot load, a good load, too big of a dose, a hot load, to a junkie.
Okay.
That junkie's going to OD. He might live or he might die. But then every other junkie from a 50-mile radius is going to come to buy your heroin because they want the shit that's killing people because it's strong.
Yeah, they know it's going to get them higher.
Yes.
Yep.
So that is a tiny percentage, and it's certainly not policy to kill them, right?
Yeah.
Fentanyl, you got too many people dying. If it was the dealers cutting the shit with that and not authorized, then it would be the cartels would kill it. Well, there's two places in the world that have the kind of money to pay a Mexican drug cartel to kill its own customers. One of them is China. The other is the Middle East. The Middle East does not export that, although they're manufacturing fentanyl in Syria now.
Yeah.
That's typically not been their export. Their export is something different, and we'll leave that alone to not get into politics again right now. But China, if you look at them and the way they think about things, they feel justified because of the Opium Wars. They don't make a distinction between the United Kingdom, East India Trading Company, and Americans because first we come from the UK.
Yeah.
That was our father country,
all
mother
the same
country,
at the end of the day to them.
and we're all guaylo to them. Now that being said, so they feel they're justified,
Yeah.
and it's a terrorist attack. It's exactly what it is. And it fits with what happens a little bit on social media, a little bit of this, a little bit of Israel, a little bit of that. You do you do all this stuff enough, and you get Americans now, and hopefully we're past this now with the election, but you got Americans up until this point today who think that the most patriotic thing that they can do is fight other Americans.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
That's from external catalysts. That is not home brewed.
Yep.
And that serves everybody else's purpose except ours, right? And one other thing I'd like to say about China, which is because I think people misunderstand China and the Asian mentality. And while I just gave you a negative aspect of it, something that's really interesting. You know, when you're in prison and you're with, you know, you're a Jew with Muslims, or you're with Chinese, or you're with blacks, whites, there's a common enemy in prison, and that's usually the government who put you there, and then the cops who are there. So you have some pretty deep conversations that you won't necessarily have in the streets. For example, you know, most of what I learned, you know, I read the Quran several times, but most of the holes in the Islamist thing, right, I learned from Muslims, drug traffickers, who hate the fucking jihadis because the jihadis always take over the drug business and kick them out.
Yeah.
Now, where else are you going to have that kind of conversation, right?
Yeah.
So, same thing with the Chinese, right? Like the Chinese, we look at them and we say human rights. And they look at us and they say, you fucking piece of shit, hypocrite, cocksucker, motherfucker. Who the fuck are you to tell us about that? And they get really mad about that because you got to remember 100 years ago, for all the shit Mao did and everything that happened in China, when I was growing up, when you guys were growing up, you heard about 100,000 people died this month from starvation. Remember? That's not happening there anymore. Right? Whatever happened, that's not happening anymore. They have a certain sense of pride over there. And so they look at us and they say, you talk about our fucking human rights? When we want to build a bridge, it's $50 million. It's done in 3 months. When you motherfuckers want to build a bridge, it's $50 million at first. By the time it gets through Congress in 5 years, it's $500 million. Then when you actually build it, it's 5 years after that, and there was $250 million in overruns. It sounds like you just stole $700 million from your people that could have gone to feed your hungry and house your homeless.
100%.
Who the fuck are you to tell us about human rights, motherfucker? Like, literally, that's their attitude, right? And they're not wrong. And it's not so much that China is our enemy. They are our competitor. They are our competitor. So they're going to compete for leverage. And what they're doing running through Africa and this and that, that's our playbook. It's called The Economic Hitman. It's a great book. You guys should read it. It talks exactly about what China's doing now from how we did it in the 70s and 80s.
They're following in our footsteps. That's all they're doing.
Yes, because they understand that we're locked in a trade situation. They want leverage as a competitor. They're not interested in blowing the United States off the planet, because then who would buy their shit?
Yeah, they need us and we need them.
So they want to compete. Now, do they do the proxy thing like Iran and Russia and us and everybody else who has power does? Absolutely. Do they use that? They use that for negotiating purposes, right? Like, so while they do some dirty fucking nasty shit, every country does, I think it's important to understand that our perspective of them is skewed by the media here. Like, they look at us and think we have a much bigger human rights problem than they do.
That's fucking crazy.
And from their point of view, it's absolutely true.
100%, yeah.
And if you look at the average Chinese person on the street, and everybody who's been to China will tell you this, they're happier than the average American.
I just had a friend who came from China and just told me that everything that I've heard on the news is not true.
Yeah.
So.
And the reason for that is, and they're very clear about this, and there's psychological papers, is they don't pay lip service to everybody's voice being equal.
Yep.
We treat everybody here as if they're an alpha. So people feel a tremendous amount of pressure to have opinions. And when they don't, they get anxiety. And then they follow people that they like and just absorb their opinion so as not to look stupid, right? Whereas in China, there's no pressure to be an alpha. Most people are happy to be told their opinion.
Yeah.
And
It's a
they
completely different
understand,
society.
and they have a very, if we ever did go to war with them, they have a monster advantage. One, there's no opposition party to say that this war sucks. And two, the Chinese in general understand that the power of the collective power comes before the individual. And here,
Very unified there.
here the individual power comes before the collective. There's one problem with that. And these people all say the same thing. Human rights, they come from God, they come from here, they come from there. Yeah, well, might be true, might not be true, but no place without a big fucking army has it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, that's just, that's just a fucking fact, right? So you want to sell out our collective power so much to empower the individuals to ridiculous
You're going to
points,
lose that collective power.
which means you're going to lose your fucking human rights.
Yeah, that's... Damn.
So I think when it's
I hope
important
we
when
don't
you
go to war
talk
with
China, yeah, I think it's important when you talk China that you have to, there's just because they have a different system than us and we value certain freedoms that they don't have. I'm not saying either one's right or wrong. In fact,
Yep.
I prefer our system 100%.
Yep.
There's certain things we can learn from them about both them by looking at with open eyes and about ourselves.
Fucking China. Thinking about that, you bring up an interesting point, too, about how unified they are. And, yeah, that is very true. It feels like this country in particular, we become more divided by the day, And there hasn't been a time in recent history where we've really had to be unified, We aren't a country that's going and getting involved in world wars anymore. It's been a while since, World War III. I mean, who knows how that's going to
See, they don't have, while their form of government is, Politburo and, all that, right? And they don't have the elections that we have, but they also don't destroy each other every 2 years in elections. And because they don't have elections, they can take unpopular decisions that they believe are actually for the greater good, whereas our politicians can't because they have to be worried about election politics.
Yes.
So they do what looks good, not what is good, and that's very often not the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point because the Chinese government as a whole is painted in a terrible light here. I mean, if you just watch the American news, you would think that every person in China lives on nothing but rice and lives in a fucking hut. And in reality, China's an incredible country. It's very advanced. These people that live there are happy, and it's like something's working over there about what they're doing.
Look, China, the U.S., India, Russia, every country recognizes, you talk about the prison is a microcosm of the world. Well, let me tell you something. Prison is a place you can't leave. So Earth is a prison for all humans.
Yep.
We can't leave yet. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, these guys understand that.
Yep.
Well, while this is the case, resources are limited. The collective power makes sure, and this is going to sound horrible, but this is how humans work. Somebody else starves before you. That's what the collective power is about. That's what tribalism was about in leaving the Bible aside, caveman times. Hey, if we run out of things to hunt and berries and nuts to eat here, because we're a tribe, we can go make war on the next tribe and take their shit.
Yep.
Right?
That's just basic survival.
Yeah, that's
basic survival.
That's what collective power is. And while I really appreciate the liberal idea of what can be, and the idea of everybody having everything that they want and everything that they need, not everything they want, but everything that they need and not needing for anything, and everybody being equals and having medical care and all this stuff is great and certainly something to aspire to, right? There's one problem with that, and that's the 300,000 years of anthropological history that tells you even if you have a 95% peaceful majority who's into all that, the 5% that are prepared to engage in violence will run that 95%.
They're gonna fuck it up. Yep.
And ironically, that 95% peaceful majority doesn't have the will to deal with the 5%.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, the
humans
95%
are the problem with the kumbaya world. We're not compatible with that.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people make the mistake of thinking that we are because how they look at themselves.
Well, it's never been that way in human history up until like now.
Yeah, also, it's still not like that now. You got 94 countries in the UN that haven't outlawed slavery.
Yes.
You got 70% of them that are authoritarian regimes.
Yeah, it's only really like that in America.
Yeah, this,
you know,
this and crazy. People want to make us evil for the history that we've evolved from. And I challenge anybody to look anywhere in history and find me a place where there's been a preferred majority that is equalized, in law at least, a disenfranchised minority. This has never happened anywhere except here and the West when they abolished slavery. Mm-hmm. In fact, slavery still exists in all the places it existed before. Yep. There's 40 million slaves in the world today, 7.5 million African slaves in the world today. It's not about slavery, it's about these fucking race hustlers. This place was the place that ended it.
Yep.
Does it make it okay that it happened? No, but the whole world operated like that. You know, it was like a car. If you had money, you had it.
Yeah.
You know, is it horrible that humans had to evolve out of that? Sure, but do you want to call the one place that has done that has had the intellectual honesty, even with violent fights? Even the Civil War was about money. It wasn't really about slavery. Whites and other people have killed each other over this, getting to the Civil Rights Amendment, which required a majority of whites to support it. Do you really want to make the West evil for having the intelligence to evolve past it when no one else has? And there is nowhere in history that you will ever find the empowered majority. I'm not South Africa. The whites were not the majority. The blacks were. Mm-hmm. The whites were clearly the majority in the West. Mm-hmm. They clearly had the power, and they were clearly the preferred class, and had privilege that went with it.
Yep, privilege and power.
There's no place you're going to find besides the West that equalized the disenfranchised minority, and you're going to make them evil because of it and want to destroy them because of it?
That's a really interesting point, because yeah, you're right. I mean, there isn't. Wow. I'd never even spent the time to actually ponder that.
Here, I'll give you another one. If the U.S. and the West if the U.S. specifically is such a colonialist fucking piece of shit.
Okay.
At the 1945, we were the only ones with nukes.
Yep.
We could have taken over the whole fucking world and
100%.
nobody. Well, we didn't.
We could have kept going much further than we did.
We didn't. Mm-hmm. We didn't. And not only that, even at a threat to us, we let other countries develop nukes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is the
if
craziest
we were
part
such
about
pieces of shit, do you think other countries would have, if we didn't have a nuke and somebody else had won World War II, do you think they would have let us develop nukes? Do you think any of the other countries that have nukes would have allowed anybody else to get them? Do you think any of the other 9 countries would have not taken over the world? I don't know. Some might have, some might not have, but you can't call us colonialist and evil. Have we done shit?
Could have been far worse than what America.
Have we done shit that wasn't cool? Have we tested fucking medicines in South America that we shouldn't have? Have we done some dirty fucking shit? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But if you look through human history, we were all fucking cannibals at one point. Mm-hmm. We were all slaves at one point. We were all fucking did the dirtiest, nastiest shit on a regular basis.
Yeah, having a rough past is a trait that I think most modern countries share.
Well, no, all of humanity shares.
Yes, yes.
If you go back,
it is natural. It's human nature. You know, these kind of things. Like humans are not perfect. Humans are not all going to get along and dance together. You know.
Well, it shows you now. You know, child molesting is not a crime in half the countries in the world.
Which is insane.
Slavery is not outlawed in half the countries in the world. Mm-hmm. The world is still evolving to those things. Yep. Yeah, sure, we have friction here, guys. But every time a rocket ship leaves the fucking atmosphere, it's got friction. That friction is because we're on the cutting edge.
Yeah.
There'd be no friction somewhere else if they outlawed slavery now because we took it. That's the part that shows this whole thing's working. So the whole idea that the best thing you can do is fucking as a patriot is destroy another American is insane. We got here together. Both parties make sure that one can never go too crazy. That's what this experiment is.
It's all the checks and balances.
That's what this experiment is, and it's still young and it's still fragile. And it is the best thing in the world. And these fucked up teachers and race hustling fucking cocksuckers who are trying to say that this should be torn down and broken up because of the past that was actually, we were the only ones that have ever done that. The rest of the world hasn't evolved to that point. Only the West has. But we're evil because we evolved first.
It's valid.
And these teachers are fucking retards. It's the same thing with Khashoggi, right? I understand he's a reporter and he was killed by Saudi, MBS's people, or in the Turkish embassy. Chopped up into little pieces and fucking horrible.
Yeah, super fucked up.
Super fucked up. But do you know also, Khashoggi was trying to have MBS removed from power. MBS jumped over like 100 people in line for the throne before him. His dad put him in power as a reformer, right? If he's not there, Sharia law comes back full strength immediately.
Yep.
So that means 5 million women who MBS let go to school will not be able to go to school anymore. 5 million women who get to drive will not be able to drive anymore. And 5 million women who don't have an app in the app store telling their male relatives that they're female relatives near an airport. These are not things MBS was talking about doing. These are things that he's done. And if what he had to do was chop that motherfucker up to maintain power, are you sure you want to get rid of him? Because 5 million women are going to pay the price for your fucking hurt feelings and vanity. And it's really easy to sit behind a microphone or a desk or a keyboard terminal and write this shit up. But it just means that you don't really understand how the world works. The world does not work as civilized as America makes it appear. This is a recency bias and a great goal to have, that stuff like that should never happen. But these people are coming from a place where women couldn't drive or go to school. They're not at where we're at yet.
They have a long way to go still.
Yes. And we're not respecting their evolutionary process. And how can we when we don't even respect our own and think we're evil for being the first ones to have done it?
Yep.
That's insane.
It's just crazy. It's completely nuts. You know, it's a crazy world we live in today, I think.
But, you know, I mean, there's money in race hustling.
There's hustlers all over. There's hustlers in every category, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, it creates you miseducate people, and once they're miseducated, they have a certain honest their emotional response is honest based on the miseducation. So you can't blame people for being mad if that's the frame it was given.
Yep.
Right? Like, I'll give you an example. When you see on social media, you see a black dude doing something stupid, everybody wants to talk about catalyst or why or this or that. You see a white dude on social media doing something stupid, it's just a white dude doing something stupid. There's no money in race hustling them.
Interesting.
There's 90% more white dudes do content doing shit. It's just stupid shit people laugh.
Yeah, it does. It feels like there's so much race division in this country nowadays, and it doesn't feel like a natural thing. Like
it's not.
What you see online and how you see people so divided. You go outside and that's not real life.
It's not.
Like, that's not real life at all.
It's not.
You know, I don't experience that in my day-to-day, but I can open my Twitter app right now and find it in 5
But
seconds.
race hustlers try to find it everywhere. Like they tried to find it in the election, they're saying now. In the election. But Trump got less white vote than he got last time. Kamala got more white vote than Biden did. And Trump got more black and Latino vote. How do you call that racist?
Yep.
You might not like it, but that ain't racist unless you're a race hustler and your followers and your money comes from finding racism everywhere.
Yep.
Even where it doesn't
The
exist.
whole industry around
Nothing.
it.
And, you know, I do think that racism is real, but you can't empower it by finding it where it's not there. That's worse than the real cases. And there's also reverse racism. You know, we're tribal. It happens. And people who say there's not reverse racism, you know how mad a white dude gets when a black dude bangs his chick? Have you ever seen a white dude? a black dude, when a white dude bangs his chick, they get just as pissed. So don't fucking tell me there's no reverse racism.
Yeah, it goes both ways.
So
It's a
so
two-way
if
street.
we're finding it where it's not there, how's it ever going to go away? We've made the laws. People are starting to evolve past that. But if we keep finding it where it doesn't exist because it makes money for somebody, that's keeping it alive. That's not ending it.
That's a good point. I think we might need to wrap it up here before we get too,
No problem.
too wrapped up in political discussions and we lose all our ad revenue for this episode.
Oh, you guys could just chop all that shit out.
Oh, no. I mean, I'm the kind of guy where I leave in pretty much everything unless, like, it's an actual technical error, you know? So, I mean, people are probably going to watch, like, 99% of this, you know?
Great.
Unless there's anything you want cut. But
No, not at all.
either way, now that we're kind of coming to a close here, obviously everyone knows about Jim Blow and jimblow.com, and they know where to go for that. But where else can the audience find you at?
Louis Ziskin, at Louis Ziskin on Instagram. It's Louis Ziskin on Instagram. At Louis Ziskin on YouTube. It's Louis Ziskin on YouTube. And Louis Ziskin on TikTok.
Nice. Like I said before, guys, we'll have all the documents that are related to this episode linked in the description. We'll have them properly titled and everything. We'll also have links to the videos shown on screen. So, for example, the SWAT raid that we played, you guys can go watch that on your own time. We'll have a link to that below. This, I believe, is the longest episode we've ever done, I'm pretty sure.
By far.
By far. What runtime are we at right now?
We're at 4 hours and 4 minutes.
Jesus,
job.
bro. I thought, man, time flies.
That was a great
Let's get that
episode,
joint
dude.
out, bro.
Yeah, let's get high, dude. Thank you all for watching. Drop a like on this one. The Gobcast, baby. Louis, thank you for coming
Hey, thanks
on.
for having
It's
me,
been a
bro.
fantastic
I'm looking
chat.
forward to the next one.
100%. Yeah,
We'll keep it to an hour
let's
next
get
time.
you back in here and have a shorter chat soon. 100%. Thank you all for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll catch you all next week.
Sweet.
Deuces.